The Furbo never liaisi. Need to tell you about something that happened 6 months ago. Something that still makes me check every corner of my apartment before I go to sleep. It started innocently enough, the way these things always do. I adopted a dog. Her name is Pepper, a 3-year-old border collie mix I got from a rescue downtown. The shelter told me she had some anxiety issues, separation anxiety, they called it. Nothing too serious, they said. Just a dog that didn't like being alone. I worked a standard 9 to 5 as a medical billing specialist, so I figured I could handle it. I'd leave her with puzzle toys, calming music, the whole 9 yards. But Pepper's anxiety was worse than they let on. The first week, I came home to shredded couch cushions. The second week, she'd somehow knocked over my bookshelf. By week 3, my neighbors were complaining about the constant barking. I felt terrible leaving her, but I couldn't work from home, and I couldn't afford to lose my job. That's when my coworker suggested I get a Furbo, one of those pet cameras with a treat dispenser. She swore by hers. I ordered one that night. It arrived on a Tuesday. I set it up on my entertainment center, positioned so it had a clear view of the living room and the hallway that led to my bedroom and bathroom. The app was straightforward enough. I could check on Pepper anytime, see what she was doing, even toss her treats remotely to help with the anxiety. The camera had night vision, motion alerts, 2-way audio, everything I needed. The first day, I probably checked that camera 20 times. It was almost addictive, seeing Pepper curled up on the couch or chewing her Kong toy. She seemed calmer just knowing I could visit her, even if it was just through a speaker. I'd say her name, and her ears would perk up. I'd tell her I'd be home soon, and her tail would wag. It felt like progress. By Thursday, I was checking less frequently, maybe 4 or 5 times during the workday. Pepper had adjusted beautifully. No more destroyed furniture. No more complaints from neighbors. The Furbo was a miracle device, and I actually felt guilty for not getting one sooner. But then Friday happened. I was in the middle of processing a particularly complicated insurance claim when I go to motion alert on my phone. It was 2:47 p.m. I almost ignored it. Pepper triggered motion alerts all the time just by walking around, but something made me open the app. The camera feed loaded, and there was Pepper, sitting perfectly still in the middle of the living room. Not on the couch, where she usually napped. Not by her food bowl. Right in the center of the room, facing the hallway, specifically facing the basement door at the end of the hallway. I should mention I'd never opened that basement door, not once. When I toured the apartment before signing the lease, the landlord told me the basement was his storage space and I shouldn't worry about it. He had the only key. Fine by me. I'm not a basement person anyway. Too many spiders. But Pepper was staring at it, completely frozen, her body rigid, ears forward. I watched for maybe 30 seconds, and she didn't move. Didn't even blink. "Pepper?" I said through the camera's speaker. "What's wrong, girl?" Her ear twitched at my voice, but she didn't look at the camera. Didn't break her focus from that door. I felt a cold knot form in my stomach. I told myself I was being ridiculous. She probably heard something through the pipes, or maybe there was a mouse in the wall. Dogs shave incredible hearing. It was nothing. I closed the app and tried to focus on work. At 3:15 p.m., I got another motion alert. I opened it immediately this time. Pepper was on the couch, curled up like normal, sleeping peacefully. Whatever had grabbed her, attention was gone. I felt relieved and slightly embarrassed. I'd let my imagination run away with me. Monday came. Another normal work day. I checked on Pepper around lunchtime. She was napping. Checked again at 2 p.m. She was playing with Harrop toy. And then, at exactly 2:47 p.m., another motion alert. My hands were shaking slightly when I opened the app. I knew what I was going to see before the feed even loaded. Pepper was sitting in the exact same spot. Same position. Same rigid posture, staring at the basement door. Okay, this is weird. I muttered to myself. A coworker glanced over, but I waved her off. I kept the app open this time, watching. Pepper didn't move for the entire 28 minutes I observed her. At 3:15 p.m., she suddenly relaxed, shook herself like she was waking up from a trance, and went back to the couch. The same duration as Friday, 2:47 to 3:15. Exactly. Tuesday. I was dreading it. All morning I kept glancing at the clock, watching the minutes tick toward 2:47 p.m. When my phone buzzed with the motion alert, my heart was already racing. I opened the app with hands that had gone cold. There she was. Same spot. Same door. But this time, something was different. Pepper was growling. I could see her lips pulled back slightly, showing teeth. Her whole body was tense, trembling, and even through the phone's tiny speaker, I could hear the low, continuous rumble coming from her throat. She looked terrified and aggressive at the same time, like she was simultaneously ready to attack and ready to run. "Pepper, baby, what is it?" My voice through the speaker was shaky. "What do you see?" She didn't respond to me, didn't even acknowledge my voice, and that scared me more than anything else. Pepper always responded to me. Always. I called my landlord. It rang 6 times before going to voicemail. I tried again. Voicemail. I sent a text. "Need to talk about the basement. Something's wrong. Call me as soon as possible." He didn't call back. At 3:15, Pepper stopped growling. She walked to her water bowl, took a long drink, and settled onto the couch, like nothing had happened. Like she hadn't just spent 28 minutes in what looked like a standoff with my basement door. I left work early that day. I had to see that door for myself. The apartment was quiet when I got home. Pepper greeted me at the door like she always did, tail wagging, spinning in circles. I gave her attention, but my eyes kept drifting to the hallway, to that door. It looked completely normal, just a standard white door with a brass knob. No light coming from underneath, no sounds, nothing out of the ordinary. I walked up to it slowly, Pepper following behind me. When I was about 3 feet away, Pepper stopped. She sat down and whined softly, looking up at me with those big brown eyes. "It's okay," I told her, but my voice didn't sound convincing even to myself. I reached for the doorknob, locked, as expected. I pressed my ear against the door and listened. Nothing, just silence. Old buildings settle, I told myself. Pipes make noise. There's probably a draft that Pepper can feel. Some sensory thing I'm not picking up on. But even as I thought it, I didn't believe it. That night, I barely slept. I kept thinking about Pepper's face in the camera, the way she'd looked so terrified of that door. Around 2 a.m., I got out of bed and checked the app, pointing my phone at the live feed. The living room was dark, except for the night vision's green glow. Pepper was asleep on the couch. The hallway was empty. The basement door was closed. Everything was fine. Wednesday. I'd made up my mind if my landlord didn't call me back by end of day, I was going to call a locksmith and open that door myself. Lease violation, be damned. I had a right to know what was in there, especially if it was disturbing my dog. At 2:45 p.m., I had the app already open, waiting. My coworker asked if I was okay. I told her I was dealing with a family emergency. Not entirely a lie. Pepper was family. 2:47 p.m. The motion alert came. But this time, Pepper wasn't sitting. She was standing, hackles raised, backing away from the hallway. And as I watched, frozen at my desk, she started barking. Loud, frantic barking that echoed through the apartment. The kind of barking I'd never heard from her before. Alarm barking, warning barking. And then I saw it. The basement door was open, just a crack, maybe 2 inches, but it was open. I didn't open it. My landlord had the only key, and I'd been at work all day. That door had been closed and locked when I left that morning. I was certain of it. I called 911. I didn't care how crazy it sounded. I told them someone might be in my apartment, that my dog was in distress, that a locked door had opened on its own. The dispatcher said they'd send an officer to check it out. I left work immediately. The drive home was a blur. All I could think about was Pepper, alone with whoever had opened that door. The police got there before I did. 2 officers were standing outside my building when I pulled up. They'd already been inside, they told me. Everything was secure. No signs saw forced entry. Pepper was fine, anxious, but fine. And the basement door? It was closed and locked. The officers were polite, but clearly thought I was overreacting. One of them suggested I might need to adjust my camera's sensitivity, that maybe the door had always been slightly ajar and I just hadn't noticed before. The other one asked if I'd been under a lot of stress lately. I showed them the footage on my phone, Pepper's behavior, the door clearly open. They watched silently. "Ma'am," the first officer said carefully, "I can see your dog is upset, but in this video, I don't see the door open." I looked at my phone. He was right. In the playback, the door looked closed, but I knew what I'd seen. I'd watched it live. The door had been open. After they left, I stood in my apartment, with Pepper pressed against my legs. I walked to the basement door. It was closed. I tried the knob. Locked. And then I looked down. There, on the hardwood floor, was something I hadn't noticed before. Something the officers had missed. Footprints. Muddy footprints, leading from the basement door to the living room, and then back again. And they weren't mine. My landlord finally called me back that evening. I told him everything, the footprints, the door, Pepper's behavior. There was a long silence on his end. "I'm coming over," he said finally. "Right now. Don't go near that door." He arrived 20 minutes later with 2 other men I didn't recognize. They went straight for the basement door. My landlord had a key ring with dozens of keys, and it took him 3 tries to find the right one. The door swung open, and a smell hit me damp, moldy, wrong. They went down. I stayed upstairs with Pepper, listening to the heavy footsteps and muffled voices below. When they came back up, my landlord's face was pale. "There's a crawl space down there," he said quietly. "Behind the water heater." I didn't know it was there. The access panel was hidden. Someone's been staying down there. They found a sleeping bag, empty food wrappers, a bucket, and a notebook filled with dates and times my schedule. When I left for work, when I came home, how long I was usually gone. The police came back. Real detectives this time. They dusted for prints, took the notebook as evidence, set up a patrol to watch the building. They told me whoever it was had probably been coming and going through a broken basement window they found. They told me I was lucky my dog had alerted me. They told me I should stay somewhere else for a few days while they investigated. But here's the thing that still keeps me up at night. The muddy footprints. They went from the basement door to my living room, and directly to where the Furbo camera sits on the entertainment center, right up to it, close enough to touch. Someone had been down in that basement, watching me through their hiding spot, and at 2:47 p.m. for 3 days straight, they came up to look at my camera, to look at the thing that was supposed to make me feel safe. Pepper knew. She'd been trying to tell me, and I almost didn't listen. They never caught who it was. The fingerprints came back clean. Either they wore gloves or they weren't in the system. The notebook was filled with observations about me, but no name, no confession, just dates, times, and notes like leaves for work 8:15 and comes home alone. I moved out a week later. New apartment, new building. I took the Furbo with me, but I've never been able to set it up again. It sits in my closet, still in the box from when I unpacked. I have a new pet camera now, different brand, different setup. And Pepper? She's fine, happy, no more anxiety. But sometimes, when I'm checking the camera feed at work, I catch her staring at doorways, just for a moment, like she's remembering, like she's checking. And I've learned something important. When your dog tells you something's wrong, believe them. They see things we don't. They sense things we miss. And sometimes, the thing that's supposed to help you watch over them is the same thing that shows you the nightmare you've been living in. Pepper saved me. That Furbo camera saved me. But I'll never forget what I saw on that screen. That door, open just a crack. And the knowledge that someone had been down there, in the darkness, waiting, watching. Work from home as a graphic designer, which sounds like a dream job until you realize how isolating it can be. Just me, my laptop, and the occasional video call. That's why I got Max. He's a 4-year-old golden retriever, and honestly, he saved my sanity during those long pandemic work-from-home days. Best decision I ever made. Max is the kind of dog that everyone loves. Friendly, gentle. Never met a person he didn't immediately trust. He'd sleep under my desk while I worked, occasionally nudging my leg when he needed to go out or wanted attention. We had a routine, a good routine. About 8 months ago, I upgraded my home office setup. New monitors, better keyboard, the works. My sister suggested I get a pet camera too. She had one for her cat and swore by it. At first, I didn't see the point. I was home all day. Why would I need to watch Max when I was literally in the next room? But she convinced me it would be useful for those rare times I had to run errands or meet a client in person. Plus, the camera she recommended had this cool feature where it would send alerts if it detected unusual activity. Security measure, she called it. Made sense. I mounted it in the living room, angled so it captured most of the space the couch where Max liked to nap, the hallway leading to the bedrooms, and the front door. The setup was easy. Within an hour, I had it connected to my phone and laptop. I felt a little silly, honestly, watching my dog sleep from the other room. But the video quality was impressive. The first week was uneventful. I checked the camera feed occasionally, usually seeing Max sprawled on the couch or playing with his toys. Sometimes I'd catch him doing something goofy, and I'd save the clip to show friends. It was wholesome, innocent. Then I started noticing something odd. It was subtle at first. Every evening, around sunset, maybe 6:30, 7 o'clock, Max would get up from wherever he was resting and walk to the entrance of the hallway. Not into the hallway, just to the entrance. And he'd sit there, perfectly still, staring down the hall toward the bedrooms. The first time I saw it on the camera, I got up from my desk to check on him. When I walked into the living room, Max immediately turned to me, tail wagging, like nothing was wrong. The hallway was empty. Nothing unusual. I figured maybe he'd heard something outside, or a neighbor in the apartment next door. But it kept happening. Every single evening. Same time. Same spot. Same behavior. I started paying closer attention. I'd watch the camera feed specifically during those evening hours, curious about what was triggering this routine. And that's when I noticed his eyes. Max wasn't just staring down the hallway. His eyes were tracking something, moving from left to right, slowly, deliberately, like he was watching someone walk from my bedroom to the bathroom. But there was nothing there. The hallway was empty every single time. I told myself I was being paranoid. Dogs have incredible hearing. He was probably tracking a sound I couldn't perceive, pipes in the walls, someone walking in the apartment above, something completely mundane. Golden retrievers aren't exactly known for being guard dogs anyway. Max was probably just bored. But then his behavior changed. It was a Thursday evening. I was finishing up a logo design for a client, and I had the camera feed pulled up on my second monitor, mostly out of habit at this point. 6:45 p.m., right on schedule. Max stood up from the couch and walked to the hallway entrance. He sat down, ears perked forward, eyes fixed on the empty hallway, and then he growled. I'd never heard Max growl before, not once in the 2 years I'd had him. He was the most even-tempered dog I'd ever known, but through the camera's audio, I heard it clearly, a low, rumbling growl coming from deep in his chest. I got up so fast I knocked my coffee over. I didn't even care about the mess. I rushed into the living room, my heart pounding for reasons I couldn't quite explain. Max was still sitting at the hallway entrance, but when I appeared, he immediately looked at me and whined. Not his normal, I want attention whine. This was different. Anxious. Almost pleading. What is it, buddy? I knelt down next to him, running my hand through his fur. He waistens, trembling slightly. His eyes kept darting back to the hallway, then to me, then back to the hallway. I looked down the hall. My bedroom door was open. Bathroom door closed. The guest room door closed. Everything exactly as I'd left it. The hallway was well lit. I always kept the lights on because the apartment could get dark. There was nothing there. Nothing visible anyway. It's okay, I told him, trying to convince myself as much as him. There's nothing there. You're okay. But Max didn't seem convinced. He stayed tense under my hand. His attention locked on that hallway like his life depended on it. I walked down the hall myself, Max reluctantly following a few feet behind me. I checked my bedroom empty, checked the bathroom empty, guest room empty, closets, shower, under the bed all clear. Nothing was out of place, no signs of anything unusual. When I walked back to the living room, Max finally relaxed. He went to his water bowl, took a long drink, and then settled onto the couch. Within minutes, he was back to his normal self, like the past 10 minutes had never happened. I tried to shake it off. Dogs are weird sometimes. They react to things we don't understand. It didn't mean anything. But the next evening, it happened again. Same time, same spot. And this time, the growling was more intense. I watched through the camera, frozen at my desk. Max's lips were pulled back slightly, showing teeth. His whole body was rigid, every muscle coiled. He looked ready to attack, but he didn't move from his spot, just sat there, growling at empty air. I watched the footage back later that night, frame by frame, and that's when I saw it. Max's eyes weren't just staring straight ahead. They were moving, tracking, following something from the right side of the hallway to the left, then back again. Smooth, consistent movement, like he was watching someone pace back and forth. Someone I couldn't see. The rational part of my brain tried to dismiss it. Shadows, I thought. Maybe the lighting was creating some kind of optical illusion. Maybe there was a reflection I wasn't accounting for. I adjusted the camera angle, changed the lighting in the hallway, even had an electrician come check for electrical issues that might be causing interference. Nothing changed. Every evening, like clockwork, Max would take his position and watch the invisible presence in my hallway. I started documenting everything. I set up a second camera in the hallway itself, pointing back toward the living room so I could see what Max was seeing from a different angle. I even borrowed a thermal camera from a photographer friend, thinking maybe there was a temperature differential I was missing. The thermal camera showed nothing. The second camera showed nothing. But Max's behavior remained consistent. Whatever he was seeing, it was real to him. And then things escalated. It was a Tuesday, 3 weeks into this nightly routine. I was on a video call with Acklient, going over design revisions. The pet camera was running in the background on my laptop, muted. I wasn't really paying attention to it until I saw Max stand up. It was only 5:30 p.m., too early for his usual routine. But there he was, walking toward the hallway entrance. Something was different this time, though. He wasn't calm. His movements were jerky, agitated. His tail was tucked between his legs. I held up a finger to my client. "I'm sorry. Can you hold on for just 1 second?" I unmuted the pet camera audio. Max was barking, not growling this time, full, loud barking, the kind of barking that said, "Stay away," or "Danger." And he wasn't sitting. He was standing in front of the hallway entrance like a barrier, his body positioned between the hallway and the living room, between the hallway and me, in my office. "I need to call you back," I said to my client, not waiting for a response before ending the call. I got up and moved toward the living room, but something made me stop. Some instinct I can't explain. I pulled up the camera feed on my phone instead, watching from the doorway of my office. Max was still barking, but now he was backing up, slowly, step by step. His eyes were locked on something in the hallway, something moving toward him, toward the living room. I could see it in his eyes, pure terror. This wasn't just alert barking. This was fear. And then he did something that made my blood run cold. Max turned and ran. Not to me, not to the front door. He ran to the corner of the living room farthest from the hallway and pressed himself against the wall, his whole body shaking. I'd never seen him run from anything, not from other dogs, not from loud noises, not from anything. But whatever he saw in that hallway made him run. I stood there in my office doorway, phone in my shaking hand, staring at the live camera feed. The hallway was empty. Completely empty. But Max was in the corner, trembling, his eyes still fixed on the hallway entrance like something was about to emerge from it. I don't know how long I stood there. Could have been seconds. Could have been minutes. Time felt strange and stretched out. Finally, I forced myself to move. I walked into the living room, giving the hallway entrance a wide berth, and went to Max. He was panting hard, his heart racing so fast I could feel it when I put my hand on his side. I sat down on the floor next to him, and he immediately pressed against me, trying to make himself as small as possible. "It's okay, buddy," I whispered. But my voice was shaking. "It's okay. I'm here." We sat there together for almost an hour. Eventually, Max's breathing slowed, and he stopped shaking. But he wouldn't leave that corner, wouldn't even look at the hallway. When I finally coaxed him to come with me, he gave the hallway entrance the widest possible berth, practically hugging the opposite wall as we walked to my office. That night, Max slept in my office. He refused to go into the living room, refused to go anywhere near that hallway. I set up a makeshift bed for him with blankets and pillows, and he curled up right next to my desk chair. I didn't sleep much. I kept watching the camera feeds, both of them, scanning for any kind of movement or anomaly. Nothing. The hallway remained empty and still. But around 3 a.m., I noticed something in the footage from earlier. I'd been reviewing the recording from when Max ran to the corner, trying to see if I'd missed something. I slowed the playback down frame by frame, and there, for just a fraction of a second, there was something. It wasn't a person. It wasn't even a clear shape. It was more like a distortion, a ripline in the air, moving from the hallway into the living room. It was only visible for maybe 3 frames, less than a tenth of a second, but it was there. And in those frames, the timestamp on the camera glitched, the numbers scrambling before correcting themselves. I must have watched those frames 100 times that night. The distortion, the glitch, Max's terror. The next morning I called a priest. I'm not particularly religious, but I didn't know what else to do. I explained the situation, probably sounding half crazy. To his credit, I didn't dismiss me. He came over that afternoon. Father Michael was in his 60s, soft-spoken and kind. He walked through my apartment, paying special attention to the hallway. Max followed him around, which surprised me. After the previous evening, I expected Max to be anxious, but he seemed calm in Father Michael's presence. "Have you experienced anything yourself?" Father Michael asked. "Seen anything? Felt anything unusual?" I shook my head. "No, it's only Max. He's the only one who seems to sense it, whatever it is." Father Michael nodded slowly. "Animals are sensitive to things we can't perceive. They exist in a more honest relationship with the world, if that makes sense. They don't rationalize away what they experience. He performed a blessing of the apartment. I won't pretend to understand the theology of it, but he walked through each room with holy water and prayers. When he got to the hallway, he paused for a long moment, his eyes closed, lips moving in silent prayer. "There's a presence here," he said finally, opening his eyes. Not necessarily malevolent, but confused. Lost, perhaps. It doesn't belong here, but it doesn't know where else to go. "Can you make it leave?" I asked. "I can try to help it move on, but these things take time. Spiritual matters don't always resolve quickly or completely." He spent another hour in the apartment, focusing most of his energy on the hallway and the bedrooms. Before he left, he gave me a small vial of holy water and a prayer card. "If you feel afraid, or if Max shows signs of distress, use this water and say this prayer. It may help, and call me if things get worse." That evening, I watched the camera feed with a mixture of hope and dread. 6:30 came and went. 7 o'clock. 7:30. Max stayed on the couch, relaxed and sleeping. I felt a wave of relief so intense it almost made me dizzy. Whatever Father Michael had done, it worked. The presence was gone. For 2 weeks, everything was normal. Max was back to his old self. The evening routine stopped. No more staring at the hallway. No more growling. I even started to feel silly about the whole thing, like maybe I'd overreacted, let my imagination run wild. But then it came back. 3 weeks after Father Michael's visit, Max stood up from the couch at 6:45 p.m. and walked to the hallway entrance. My stomach dropped. I watched through the camera as he sat down and fixed his eyes on the empty hallway. But this time, something was different. Max wasn't growling. He wasn't afraid. He was calm. His tail was even wagging slightly. He sat there, looking down the hallway, and his whole demeanor was friendly, like he was watching someone he knew, someone he trusted. I walked into the living room slowly. Max glanced at me, his tail wagging a bit more, then looked back at the hallway. I followed his gaze. Nothing. Still nothing visible. But the temperature in the apartment had changed. It wasn't cold, exactly, but there was a coolness in the air that hadn't been there moments before, and I felt something, not threatening, not frightening, just a presence, an awareness that I wasn't alone. Max stood up and walked a few steps down the hallway, then stopped and looked back at me. His expression was clear. "It's okay. Come on." I'd like to say I bravely followed him, but honestly, my legs felt like water. I took a step forward, then another. Max continued down the hallway, and I followed, my heart hammering in my chest. We reached my bedroom. Max walked inside and went directly to the corner by the window. He sat down and looked up at the empty space next to him, his tail thumping against the floor. And then I heard it. Not with my ears. I can't explain it better than that. It wasn't a sound, but I heard it anyway. A voice. No words. Just an impression of gratitude, of peace, of goodbye. The temperature normalized instantly. The awareness, the presence, it was gone. I knew it as surely as I knew my own name. Whatever had been in my apartment, it had left. For good. This time. Max looked at me, then at the empty space where he'd been staring, then back at me. He walked over, nudged my hand with his nose, and headed back to the living room like nothing had happened. I checked the camera footage later that night. The timestamp during those moments in my bedroom was scrambled again, but this time, in the frames before it glitched, there was something else. A shape, almost human, standing in the corner where Makshad had been looking. It was translucent, barely visible, but it was there. And in the frames after the glitch, it was gone. The corner was empty. I never told Father Michael what happened. I'm not sure he would have believed that whatever presence had been in my apartment wasn't cast out, it was ready to leave. It just needed someone to acknowledge it first. Max had done that. Night after night he'd sat there, keeping watch, until whatever it was felt seen enough to let go. Max never returned to that spot by the hallway again. No more evening routines. No more staring at empty air. He went back to being a normal, happy golden retriever. But sometimes, late at night, I'll catch him looking toward the bedroom and wagging his tail just slightly, like he's remembering a friend, like he knows something I don't. I still have the pet camera. I still check it occasionally. But I've learned something from all of this. Max doesn't see things that aren't there. He sees things that are there. Things I can't see. And maybe that's not something to be afraid of. Maybe that's just the way the world really is. Bigger and stranger and more populated than we realize. Full of things that exist just outside our perception. Living alongside us. Sharing our spaces. Max saw it first. He always does. And now, I trust him. When he stares at empty air, I don't dismiss it anymore. I pay attention. Because if Max sees something, it's there. Even if I can't see it. Especially if I can't see it. The blinking. Patternum. A programmer. I work with patterns, logic, code. My brain is wired to see structure in chaos, to find meaning in sequences. It's what I'm good at. It's also what made me notice something I wish I hadn't. My cat's name is Binary. Yes, I know programmer humor. She's a 7-year-old black cat I adopted from a shelter 3 years ago. Sleek, intelligent, independent. The perfect companion for someone who spends 12 hours a day staring at screens. I set up a pet camera in my bedroom about 2 months ago. Nothing fancy, just a basic model with night vision that I could check from my phone. I travel occasionally for conferences, and I wanted to make sure Binary was okay when my neighbor came by to feed her. Standard pet owner paranoia. The camera had a motion detection feature that would save clips automatically. Most of them were boring. Binary jumping on the bed, Binary staring out the window, Binary knocking things off my nightstand because she's a cat and that's what they do. But then I started noticing the 3:33 a.m. clips. Every single night, at exactly 3:33 a.m., the camera would trigger and save a clip. In every single one, Binary was sitting on my bed, facing the camera directly, just staring at the lens, not moving, just staring with those reflective green eyes that night vision cameras capture. At first I thought it was just coincidence. Cats are nocturnal. They do weird things at night. Maybe she had a routine I wasn't aware of. But the precision bothered me. Not 3:30. Not 3:35. Always 3:33. Down to the minute. I started watching the clips more carefully, and that's when I noticed her eyes. Binary was blinking, but not randomly. There was a rhythm to it, a pattern. Long blink, short blink, short blink, long blink, short blink, long blink, long blink. My programmer brain caught it immediately. It was too regular to be natural, too deliberate. I pulled up 5 nights of footage and mapped out the blinking pattern across all of them. Same sequence, every night, never varied. I sat at my desk, staring at my notes, my coffee going cold beside me, and then it hit me. The pattern, long and short, dots and dashes. Binary was blinking in Morse code. My hands were shaking as I grabbed a Morse code chart online and started translating. Long blink equals dash. Short blink equals dot. The first sequence spelled out R-U-N. I stared at the translation, my mouth going dry. Run. My cat was blinking the word run at the camera every night at 3:33 a.m. I laughed. I actually laughed out loud. It was absurd. Cats don't know Morse code. Cats don't spell words. This was confirmation bias, pattern recognition gone wild. My brain finding meaning where there was none. I was working too hard, sleeping too little. That was all. But I couldn't stop thinking about it. That night I forced myself to stay awake until 3:33 a.m. I sat in my living room with my laptop, the pet camera feed open on the screen. Binary was asleep on my bed, curled up in her usual spot. At 3:32 she stood up, stretched, walked to the center of the bed and sat down, facing the camera. At exactly 3:33, she started blinking. I watched, transfixed, as she performed the same sequence I'd seen in their recordings. Long, short, short, long, short, long, long, R-U-N. Then she paused for exactly 3 seconds and started again. The same pattern. She repeated it 7 times. Then, at 3:36, she stopped, laid back down, and went to sleep. I should have been terrified. Instead, I was fascinated. The programmer in me couldn't let it go. If the pattern was real and I just watched it happen in real time, then there had to be an explanation, a logical explanation. I spent the next week documenting everything. I set up a second camera at a different angle. I recorded not just Binary, but the entire room. I checked for anything that might be causing her to blink in that specific pattern, light fluctuations, sounds, anything that could be triggering a conditioned response. Nothing. The room was completely dark except for the faint glow of the camera's infrared LED, perfectly quiet. And yet, every night at 3:33 a.m., Binary sat up and blinked. R-U-N. But here's where it gets worse. On the 8th night of documentation, the pattern changed. Long, long, short, short, long, 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 short, 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 long, short, long, short. I translated it immediately. G-E-T-O-U-T, get out. First it was run. Now it was get out. The message was escalating, becoming more urgent. I grabbed my phone and texted my friend Sarah, another programmer who'd think I was crazy but would at least engage with the technical aspects of this. I sent her all my footage, all my documentation, the translations. She called me at 2 a.m. Dude, this is elaborate as hell. How did you train your cat to do this? I didn't train her. That's the point. Cats don't just spontaneously learn Morse code, man. Someone trained her, or you're pranking me. I'm not pranking you. I don't know how she's doing it. That's why I need help. There was a long pause. Okay. Hypothetically, if your cat is somehow communicating a message run, get out, maybe you should listen. Listen to my cat? You called me at 2 a.m. about this. You're already taking it seriously, so take it seriously. What's she trying to warn you about? I didn't have an answer. The next night, I decided to intervene. At 3:32, I walked into my bedroom before Binary could start her routine. She looked at me, meowed once something she rarely did, and then jumped off the bed and left the room. She didn't perform the pattern that night. The camera didn't trigger at 3:33. Nothing happened. I felt relieved and disappointed at the same time. Maybe my presence had broken whatever weird behavior loop she developed. Maybe it was over. It wasn't over. The following night I stayed in the living room. At 3:33, I checked the camera feed. Binary was on the bed, staring at the camera, blinking. But this time, the message was longer, much longer. I transcribed it frantically, my heart rate climbing with each sequence. It took her nearly 10 minutes to complete the full message. She'd never blinked for that long before. When I finished translating, I read the message 3 times, certain I'd made a mistake. I hadn't. Notalonehewatches. Heknows. Not alone. He watches. He knows. The temperature in my apartment suddenly felt wrong. Too cold. I looked around my living room, my familiar, safe living room, and it didn't feel safe anymore. Who watches? Who knows? I checked every room. Closets, under the bed, behind furniture. Nothing. I checked my windows all locked. Front door locked and bolted. I even checked for hidden cameras, thinking maybe someone was surveilling me and somehow using binary to communicate. Nothing. I was alone. Just me and my cat. But according to binary, I wasn't alone. Someone was watching. Someone knew. Something. I barely slept that night. Every creak, every settling sound of the building made me jump. I kept binary in bed with me, which she tolerated but didn't seem to enjoy. She kept trying to leave, kept staring at the bedroom door. At dawn, exhausted and paranoid, I made a decision. I was going to set up cameras everywhere. Living room, kitchen, hallway, bathroom door. If someone was watching me, I was going to find out who and how. I spent the entire day installing a complete surveillance system in my apartment. 6 cameras total, all with night vision, all recording continuously to a local server. If anything moved, blinked, breathed in my apartment, I'd have footage of it. That night, I sat in my living room with all 6 camera feeds displayed on my laptop screen, waiting, watching. 3:33 a.m. arrived. On the bedroom camera, Binary sat up, walked to her usual spot, and faced the camera. She started blinking. I could see it happening live, but this time I also had 5 other camera angles showing the entire apartment. As I watched Binary deliver her nightly message, I scanned the other feeds. Living room empty, kitchen empty, hallway empty, and then I saw it. On the hallway camera, a shadow, just for a moment. A darkness that moved across the wall, cast by nothing I could see. It moved from my bedroom door toward the living room, where I was sitting. I spun around. The hallway behind me was empty, but on the camera feed, the shadow was still there, moving, getting closer. I looked back at the bedroom feed. Binary had stopped blinking. She was staring at the bedroom door, her back arched, ears flat against her head, the universal sign of a terrified cat. The shadow on the hallway camera reached the living room entrance, and then all 6 cameras went black. Not off black. The feeds were still running. I could see the timestamp ticking forward, but every single camera showed nothing but darkness. Pure, absolute darkness, like something had covered all the lenses simultaneously, which was impossible. The cameras were in different rooms, different heights, different angles. My laptop was still glowing. I was sitting in my living room with the lights on. Everything was normal, but according to my cameras, my entire apartment had been plunged into darkness. For exactly 33 seconds, the feed stayed black. Then they came back, all at once. Everything was normal again. Binary was back to sleeping on the bed. The hallway was empty. The shadow was gone. I checked the recorded footage immediately. Those 33 seconds existed in their recording, but they showed nothing, just black screens across all 6 cameras. I didn't sleep for the rest of that night. I sat on my couch with every light in the apartment on, Binary in my lap, watching the camera feeds until the sun came up. The next day, I called a tech from the security company to check my system. He couldn't find anything wrong. No signal interference. No hardware malfunction. No explanation for why all 6 cameras would go dark simultaneously. Maybe a power surge? He suggested. But honestly, I've never seen anything like this. The cameras didn't lose power, they just stopped capturing light, like something absorbed all the light in your apartment for half a minute. After he left, I looked at Binary. She was sitting on the windowsill, watching me with those intelligent green eyes. "What are you trying to tell me?" I asked her. She blinked once, slowly, deliberately. That night I didn't wait for 3:33. At midnight I packed a bag, grabbed Binary in her carrier and left my apartment. I called my sister and asked if I could stay with her for a few days. She asked why. I told her I had a gas leak concern and the building was checking it out. I stayed at her place for a week. Binary seemed more relaxed there, more like her normal self. No weird behavior, no 3:33 a.m. routines. I checked my apartment cameras remotely every night. Nothing unusual ever appeared on the feeds. No shadows, no blackouts, just an empty apartment, exactly as I'd left it. But here's what I can't explain. Every night at 3:33 a.m., something triggered the motion sensors in my bedroom. Every single night, even though the room was empty, even though nothing visible moved. The recordings show an empty bed, an empty room, but the motion sensors detected something. After a week, I moved back in. I had to. It was my home, my life. I couldn't let fear drive me away permanently. Binary's behavior changed after that. She stopped the 3:33 a.m. routine, stopped blinking in patterns. She went back to being a normal cat. But sometimes, late at night, I catch her staring at nothing, at empty corners, at dark doorways, and very occasionally, she'll look at me and blink slowly, just once, and I can't help but wonder if she's still trying to tell me something. If the messenger never really stopped, she just realized I wasn't going to listen. I still have all the footage, the blinking patterns, the shadow, the 33 seconds off darkness. I've shown it to other programmers, to tech experts, even to paranormal investigator I found online. Nobody has an explanation that satisfies me. Pattern recognition, coincidence, camera malfunction, pareidolia, sleep deprivation. But I know what I saw. I documented it. I translated it. I have proof. My cat was trying to warn me, in the only language she thought I'd understand. In code, in patterns, in binary. And the worst part? I still don't know what she was warning me about. What watches, what knows, what was in my apartment during those 33 seconds of darkness. I only know that according to binary, it's still here. And every night at 3:33 a.m., when I'm lying in bed trying to sleep, I can't help but wonder, is she still watching it? Is it still watching me? I don't check the cameras anymore. I disconnected them all, because the not knowing is somehow easier than knowing and being unable to do anything about it. But I keep the Morse code chart, just in case binary decides to send another message, just in case she tries to warn me again, and I'm terrified of what she might say next. 48 hours of footage. Need to start by saying that I'm telling this story because other women need to know, need to understand that the signs are there, even when we don't want to see them, even when we're too tired, too stressed, too trusting to notice. My name is Rebecca. I'm 31 years old, and 2 months ago, I ended a 3-year relationship with someone I thought I knew, someone I thought I loved. His name was Michael, and for the first 2.5 years he was perfect, attentive, romantic, supportive. Everyone told me how lucky I was. The last 6 months, though, things changed. He became possessive, jealous, and needed to know where I was, who I was with, what I was doing every moment we weren't together. He'd show up at my work, unannounced. He'd call me 15 times a day. When I didn't answer immediately, he'd accuse me of hiding something. I tried to make it work. I made excuses for him. Stress at his job, I told myself. Insecurity from his past relationships, but it kept getting worse. The fights became more frequent, more intense. He started tracking my phone location, going through my messages while I was in the shower. The breaking point came when he demanded I give him the password to my apartment building's front door. Not asked, demanded. He said if I had nothing to hide, it shouldn't be a problem. He said real couples didn't keep secrets. That's when I knew I couldn't do it anymore. Breaking up with him was one of the hardest things I've ever done. Not because I still loved him by that point. I was more exhausted than in love, but because of how he reacted. He didn't yell, didn't cry. He just got very quiet and said, "You're making a mistake. You need me more than you think." Something about the way he said it made my skin crawl, but I held firm. I asked him to leave. He left his key on my kitchen counter. I'd given him 6 months into our relationship and walked out without another word. That was on a Friday night. By Sunday, I felt lighter, relieved. I called my best friend Jenny and told her I'd done it. I'd actually ended it. She came over with wine and ice cream, and we stayed up late talking about fresh starts and red flags, and how much better I'd feel once I had some distance. I adopted Luna on Monday, a 2-year-old Labrador mix from the local shelter. I'd been wanting a dog for years, but Michael was allergic or claimed to be. Looking back, I think it was just another way to control what I could and couldn't have in my own space. Luna was perfect, sweet, gentle, well-trained. The shelter said she'd been returned twice by previous adopters, which broke my heart. Some people said she was too nervous, too reactive to sounds, but I didn't see that. I saw a dog who needed someone to be patient with her. I work as a nurse at County General, 12-hour shifts, 3 or 4 days a week. I worried about leaving Luna alone for that long, especially while she was adjusting. That's why I bought the pet camera. It was a mid-range model, nothing fancy. Motion detection, night vision, 2-way audio so I could talk to Luna during my breaks. I set it up in my living room on Tuesday, positioned so I could see the couch where Luna liked to sleep, the hallway leading to my bedroom, and part of the kitchen. My first shift after getting Luna was Wednesday. I checked the camera obsessively, probably 20 times during my shift. Luna was handling it beautifully. She slept most of the day, occasionally got up for water, chewed on the toys I'd left out. No anxiety, no destruction, no problems. I got home at 8 p.m., exhausted from a brutal shift. Luna greeted me at the door, tail wagging, and I felt a surge of warmth. This was what I'd been missing. This unconditional, uncomplicated love. I fed Luna, took her for a quick walk, and collapsed into bed by 9:30. I was asleep within minutes. Thursday was my day off. I slept in until almost 10, which felt luxurious. Luna was curled up at the foot of my bed, which surprised me. I hadn't remembered her coming into the bedroom during the night, but I must have been too deeply asleep to notice. I spent the day doing normal day-off things, laundry, grocery shopping, cleaning. Luna followed me around the apartment, never more than a few feet away. She seemed attached to me already, which the shelter had warned me might happen. Velcro dog, they'd called it. That evening, I was folding laundry on the couch when I remembered I hadn't checked the pet camera footage from the previous night. Just curiosity, really. I wanted to see what Luna did when I was sleeping. I opened the app on my phone and scrolled back to Tuesday night after I'd gone tobed. The timestamp showed 10:47 p.m. Luna was asleep on the couch, exactly where I'd left her. I fast-forwarded, watching her sleep in accelerated motion. Around midnight, she got up, got a drink of water, came back to the couch, back to sleep. At 1:33 a.m., Luna's head lifted. Her ears went forward. She was staring at something off-camera, toward my bedroom. I sat up straighter on the couch, watching more carefully now. Luna stood up. Her tail was low, not wagging, not aggressive, but uncertain, alert. She took a few steps toward the hallway, then stopped, and then she backed up, quickly. She jumped off the couch and moved to the corner of the room, between the TV stand and the wall. She sat there, very still, watching the hallway. I felt my heart rate pick up. What was she looking at? I kept watching. For about 3 minutes, Luna stayed in that corner, frozen, staring at the hallway. And then, slowly, her tail started to wag, just a little. Her posture relaxed. She walked out from the corner, down the hallway, out of the camera's view. I fast-forwarded again. At 1:47 a.m., Luna came back into view, walking from the hallway to the couch. She jumped up, circled twice, and went back to sleep. I frowned. That was weird. What had gotten her attention? I lived on the 3rd floor of a secure building. No one could just walk in. Maybe she'd heard something in the walls. Pipes, or a neighbor's TV. But something nagged at me. The way she'd backed into that corner. The way she'd watched the hallway for those 3 minutes before relaxing. I scrolled forward to Wednesday night, my first night shift. I'd gotten home at 8 p.m., gone to bed around 9:30. I found that timestamp and started watching. Luna was on the couch again. She slept peacefully until 1:27 a.m. Then her head lifted. Same behavior as the night before. Ears forward, staring at the hallway. She stood up, took a few steps toward the hallway, then backed away and moved to the same corner. This time she stayed there longer. Almost 5 minutes. Her eyes never left the hallway entrance. And then, just like before, her tail started wagging. She relaxed and walked down the hallway, out of frame. She came back at 1:41 a.m., went back to the couch, back to sleep. My hands were shaking now. I didn't understand what I was seeing, but my instincts were screaming that something was wrong. I scrolled to the current night, Thursday. I'd gone to bed around 11. I found that timestamp and held my breath as I watched. Luna slept until 1:24 a.m. Her head lifted, ears forward, staring at the hallway. But this time, she didn't move from the couch. She stayed there, tense, watching. Her tail was tucked low. She was scared. For almost 7 minutes, she sat there, not moving, just watching. And then I saw it. A shadow moved across the hallway wall. Just for a second. A human-shaped shadow. My breath caught in my throat. No, that wasn't possible. I was home. I was asleep in my bedroom. That had to be my shadow. Maybe I'd gotten up to use the bathroom and didn't remember, but I watched the timestamp. 1:31 a.m. I was asleep. I knew I was asleep because I remembered I didn't wake up at all Thursday night. I'd slept straight through until my alarm went off at 9. Luna's ears flattened against her head. She was staring at something in the hallway, something I couldn't see from the camera's angle. And then she did something that made my blood run cold. She wagged her tail, just a little, and she walked toward the hallway, toward whatever was there, like she recognized it. She disappeared from frame. For 6 minutes, she was out of the camera's view. When she came back at 1:39 a.m., she jumped on the couch and went to sleep. I sat there, frozen on my couch, staring at my phone. My real couch. My real living room. The same room I was watching in the footage. Someone had been in my apartment 3 nights in a row while I was sleeping. And Luna knew them. She'd been afraid at first, but then she'd recognized whoever it was. She'd gone to them. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of it. My doors were locked. My windows were locked. I was on the 3rd floor. No one could get in. No one had keys except Michael. Michael had given me his key back. I'd watched him put it on the counter. I'd seen him leave, but I'd never checked if he had copies. My hands were shaking so hard I could barely hold my phone. I scrolled back further, 2 before I'd gotten Luna, to Friday night, the night we broke up. The camera had been running since Tuesday morning. I'd set it up to test it before bringing Luna home. I found Friday night, the timestamp after Michael had left, after I'd locked the door behind him and gone to bed around midnight. The living room was empty, still, silent. At 2:17 a.m., the hallway light turned on. I could see the glow illuminating the edge of the frame. My bedroom light. Someone had turned on my bedroom light. I watched, my heart hammering so hard I thought it might break through my chest. A figure moved through the hallway, into the camera's view, standing in my living room. It was Michael. He stood there for almost a minute, just looking around my apartment, where I was sleeping, 20 feet away from him, completely unaware. He walked to the kitchen. I could hear, through the camera's audio, the sound of drawers opening, cabinets. He was going through my things. He came back into view, sat down on my couch, the same couch I was sitting on right now. He stayed there for 37 minutes, just sitting, in my apartment, in the middle of the night, while I slept. At 2:54 a.m., he stood up, walked back down the hallway. The bedroom light went off, and then nothing. The apartment was empty again. He'd been in my bedroom, while I was sleeping, standing in my bedroom. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. I scrolled frantically through the footage. Saturday night. He came back. 2:03 a.m. Same routine. Walked through the apartment. Sat on the couch. This time for 42 minutes. Sunday night. 1:58 a.m. Same thing. Monday night. I'd gotten Luna that day. I watched as he came in at 1:51 a.m. This time, Luna woke up when he entered. She saw him, backed into the corner, scared. But he'd been around Luna before when we were together. We'd sometimes dog sit for friends. Luna had met him. He called her name softly. I could hear it on the audio. Luna, it's okay, girl. It's just me. And Luna, sweet, trusting Luna, recognized him. Her tail started wagging. I watched as Michael gave her attention, petted her, whispered to her, establishing trust, making sure she wouldn't bark, wouldn't alert me. Then he walked down the hallway to my bedroom. Luna followed him. The bedroom was out of the camera's view. For 8 minutes he was in there, with me, while I slept. When he came back out, Luna followed. He gave her one more pat and left. Luna went back to the couch. Tuesday night, same thing. 1:43 a.m. Luna was scared at first, then recognized him. He was in my bedroom for 11 minutes. Wednesday night, my first night shift. I wasn't home. He came in at 1:27 a.m. and stayed for over an hour, going through my things, sitting on my couch, walking through my bedroom, looking at my clothes, my belongings, my life. And Thursday night, last night, when I'd been home, sleeping, exhausted from my shift, he'd come in at 1:24 a.m. Luna had been nervous, but she'd recognized him. He'd been in my bedroom for 13 minutes. 13 minutes. Standing in my bedroom, watching me sleep. I was going to be sick. I dropped my phone and ran to the bathroom. I threw up everything in my stomach, then dry heaved until my throat was raw. I sat on the cold tile floor, shaking, crying, trying to process what I'd just seen. Michael had never given me his key back, or he'd made copies. And for an entire week after we broke up, he'd been letting himself into my apartment in the middle of the night, coming into my bedroom while I slept, standing over me, watching me. And every night he was staying longer, coming earlier, getting bolder. I pulled myself together enough to grab my phone. I called 911 with shaking hands. 911. What's your emergency? Someone's been breaking into my apartment, I managed to say. My ex-boyfriend. I have footage. He's been coming in at night while I'm sleeping. I have proof. The dispatcher was calm, professional. She kept me on the line while she sent officers to my location. She told me to leave the apartment if I felt unsafe, to go somewhere public. I grabbed Luna's leash with trembling hands, stuffed my phone and wallet in my pockets, and got out of there. I didn't even put on shoes. I just ran. I waited in the building lobby with Luna pressed against my legs. She could sense my panic, and she stayed close, whining softly. 2 police officers arrived within 10 minutes. I showed them the footage on my phone, all of it. Every night, they watched in silence, their expressions growing darker with each clip. "Ma'am, we need you to stay somewhere else tonight," one of them said. "Do you have somewhere you can go? Family, friends?" I called Jenny. She came to get me within 20 minutes, no questions asked. I packed a bag while one officer stayed with me, and the other searched my apartment. That's when they found the camera, Michael's camera. It was hidden in my bedroom, behind a picture frame on my dresser. A tiny wireless camera, pointed directly at my bed. He hadn't just been coming into my apartment to watch me sleep in person. He'd been watching me remotely, all day, every day, watching me change clothes, watching me sleep, watching everything I did in the privacy of my own bedroom. I felt violated in a way I can't even describe. My home, my safe space, my bedroom, it had all been compromised. He'd seen everything, and I'd had no idea. The officers took the camera as evidence. They took my statement. They collected the footage from my pet camera, and then they told me what I already knew. I needed a restraining order, and I needed it immediately. They went to Michael's apartment that night to question him. He wasn't there. His car was gone. His apartment looked like he'd left in a hurry. He ran. The moment he realized I had footage, the moment he knew he'd been caught, he disappeared. For 3 days, I stayed with Jenny. I couldn't go home, couldn't be in that apartment, knowing what had happened there, knowing he'd been standing over me while I slept, watching me, for a week straight. The police found him on day 4. He'd driven 3 states away, but they tracked his credit card usage. They arrested him at a motel outside Cleveland. He was charged with stalking, burglary, illegal surveillance, and a few other charges the prosecutor added. My lawyer said the footage from my pet camera was incredibly strong evidence. The hidden camera in my bedroom sealed it. There was no way for him to claim it was a misunderstanding. The restraining order was granted immediately. He wasn't allowed within 500 feet of me, my workplace, my home, or anyone in my immediate family. But here's the thing they don't tell you about situations like this. The legal system is slow. He posted bail. He's out there, somewhere, waiting for trial. And yes, he's not supposed to come near me, but restraining orders are just pieces of paper. They don't physically stop anyone from doing anything. I moved. I couldn't stay in that apartment. Every time I closed my eyes, I imagined him standing over me in the dark. I changed my phone number. I told my work about the situation, asked them to alert security if he ever showed up. And I kept Luna, sweet, loyal Luna, who tried to warn me in the only way she knew how, those first few nights. When she'd been scared and backed into the corner, she knew something was wrong. She sensed danger. I watch the pet camera footage obsessively now. My new apartment, my new cameras, plural. I have 4 now. I check them constantly. Every room, every angle. I watch for shadows, for movement, for any sign that someone's there who shouldn't be. The trial is in 2 months. My lawyer says it's a strong case. The evidence is overwhelming. He'll likely plead guilty and take a deal. Probably serve a year, maybe 2 if we're lucky, plus probation. But I'll never feel completely safe again. I'll never sleep without checking locks twice, without checking cameras, without listening for sounds that don't belong. I installed a deadbolt that requires a key from both sides. I installed a security bar on my door. I have a panic button next to my bed that connects directly to 911. I sleep with pepper spray on my nightstand and Luna on my bed. And still, some nights, I wake up at 1:30 a.m. and I'm convinced he's there, standing in my bedroom, watching me. I turn on all the lights and check the cameras and walk through the apartment, and he's never there. But the fear is, I'm telling this story because I want other women to know. Trust your instincts. Trust your pets. If something feels wrong, it probably is. And if you have a pet camera, watch the footage. Really watch it. You might see something you missed. Something important. My pet camera saved me. Luna saved me. That footage gave me proof, gave me evidence, gave me a case strong enough that he couldn't talk his way out of it. But I was lucky. If Luna hadn't shown those signs of fear in the beginning, if I hadn't thought to check the footage, if I hadn't seen that shadow, I might never have known. He might have kept coming, night after night, escalating further. I don't know what his endgame was, what he was planning. Maybe he just wanted to feel close to me again. Maybe he was building up the courage to do something worse. I don't want to know. I just want him gone. Out of my life. Forever. But until the trial is over, until he's actually sentenced and behind bars, I won't breathe easy. And even then, even after he serves his time, I'll always be looking over my shoulder, because now I know what I didn't know before. The person you think you know best can be a stranger. The person you trust with your heart can be the person who violates your home, your privacy, your sense of safety. Michael stood over me while I slept. For a week, getting bolder each night. And if I hadn't checked that footage, he'd still be doing it. So please, if you're reading this, if you have a pet camera or any kind of home security, check it. Look at the footage. Pay attention to your pet's behavior. Because sometimes they see the danger before we do. Sometimes they try to warn us. And sometimes a simple pet camera can be the difference between staying safe and becoming a victim. I was lucky, but not everyone is. Stay safe. Trust your gut. And always check your footage. I didn't time a night shift nurse at Memorial Hospital. I worked the graveyard shift, 11 p.m. to 7 a.m., 4 nights a week. It's exhausting. It messes with your sleep schedule, and it's hell on your social life. But the pay differential is good, and honestly, I prefer working nights. The hospital is quieter, less chaos, just me, my patients, and the gentle hum of medical equipment. The hardest part about night shifts isn't the work itself. It's leaving my cat alone all night. Her name is Mochi, and she's 15 years old. I adopted her when she was a kitten, back in nursing school. She's been with me through everything. 3 apartments, 2 breakups, 1 career change before I settled on nursing. Mochi is old now. She has arthritis. She's on medication for her thyroid, and she sleeps about 20 hours a day. My vet says she's doing well for her age, but I worry. Every night I leave for work, I wonder if something will happen while I'm gone. What if she has a medical emergency? What if she needs me and I'm not there? That's why I got the pet camera. I needed the peace of mind. I needed to be able to check on her during my breaks, to see that she was okay, still breathing, still with me. The camera I bought was simple. It had decent video quality, night vision, and the ability to check the feed from my phone. I didn't need the fancy treat dispensing features or 2-way audio. I just needed to see her. I set it up in my living room, angled toward the couch where Mochi spends most of her time. From that position, I could also see part of the kitchen and the small table where I keep my laptop, my mail, and my keys. The first few weeks were uneventful. I checked the camera 2 or 3 times during my shift. Mochi would be sleeping on the couch, curled into a tight ball the way old cats do. Sometimes she'd get up to use the litter box or get a drink of water, but mostly she just slept. It was reassuring, boring, but reassuring. Then came Thursday, October 12th. I'll never forget that date. It was a relatively quiet night at the hospital. A few post-op patients, 1 admission around 2 a.m., routine medication rounds. At 3:15, I took my break and went to the staff lounge to eat the sandwich I'd packed. I pulled out my phone and opened the pet camera app, like I always did. The feed loaded, and I saw Mochi on the couch, but something was different. She was awake, sitting upright, staring toward the kitchen. Mochi never sat like that anymore. Her arthritis made it uncomfortable. She preferred to lie down, to curl up. But there she was, sitting perfectly straight, completely alert, staring at something off camera. I felt a small flutter of concern. Was she okay? Was she in pain? I kept watching. Mochi didn't move for almost 30 seconds. Then, very slowly, she stood up. She jumped down from the couch, something she rarely did anymore, especially in the middle of the night, and walked toward the kitchen. She stopped at the edge of the camera's view, right where the living room met the kitchen, and she started meowing. I couldn't hear it. I didn't have audio on my basic camera, but I could see her mouth opening, her body language urgent. She was trying to get someone's attention. My attention. I leaned closer to my phone screen. What was she looking at? Mochi took a few more steps into the kitchen, out of the frame. I waited, holding my breath, for her to come back into view. Several seconds passed. Then Cher appeared, walking directly toward the camera, toward the table where my laptop sat. She jumped onto the table, another thing she never did anymore, and started pawing at something. I couldn't quite see what. The angle wasn't right. She was meowing again, frantically now. She'd paw at something, then look directly at the camera, then paw again, like she was trying to tell me something, and then I saw it. My phone. My phone was on the table, plugged into the charger like I always left it, but the screen was lit up, glowing in the dark apartment. Someone was using it. No, that wasn't possible. I was at work. My apartment was locked. No one else had a key. It had to be a notification, or the screen timing out, or something normal. But Mochi's behavior said otherwise. She was desperately trying to show me something. She knew something was wrong. My heart started pounding. I zoomed in on the feed as much as the app would allow, trying to see more detail. The screen on my phone was definitely on, and it looked like it was displaying something. Not the lock screen, something else. I grabbed my work phone from my pocket. I always carry 2 phones, one personal and one that the hospital issues for work. I tried calling my personal phone, thinking maybe if I could get it to ring, it would disrupt whatever was happening. It rang through the speakers of my work phone, but on the camera feed, I could see my phone on the table wasn't responding. It wasn't ringing. It wasn't vibrating. Someone had silenced it. Someone was actively using my phone. In my apartment. Right now. I stood up so fast I knocked my chair over. One of my coworkers looked up, startled. "Are you okay?" "I have to go," I said, my voice shaking. "I have an emergency at home." I didn't wait for a response. I ran to the charge nurse, told her I had a home emergency and needed to leave immediately. She could hear the panic in my voice and didn't argue. She said she'd cover my patients and to go. I called 911 from my car as I drove. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold the phone. 911. "What's your emergency?" "Someone's in my apartment," I said. "I'm not home, but I have a camera, and someone is in my apartment right now. They're using my phone." The dispatcher asked for my address, asked if I was safe, asked if I knew who might be inside. I gave her the information, told her I was 15 minutes away but driving as fast as I could. She told me not to go home, to wait for the police, to stay somewhere safe. I didn't listen. I couldn't. All I could think about was Mochi, my 15-year-old cat, alone in the apartment with an intruder. I kept the pet camera app open on my work phone, propped on my dashboard, watching as I drove. Mochi had jumped down from the table and was back on the couch, but she was facing the kitchen, watching, alert. I couldn't see the intruder. They were staying out of the camera's range, probably in the kitchen or near the front door, but they were there. I knew they were there. I made it home in 12 minutes. There were already 2 police cars outside my building, lights off but engines running. An officer approached me as I jumped out of my car. "Ma'am, you're the resident who called?" "Yes, someone's inside." My cat is my cat, okay? We haven't entered yet. We wanted to wait for you to confirm it's your apartment and give us permission to enter." "Yes, enter, please. Just my cat is in there." 3 officers went up to my apartment. I stayed in the hallway with the 4th, watching waiting, my heart hammering in my chest. They knocked, announced themselves. No response. They used the key I'd given them and went inside. I held my breath. 30 seconds later, one officer came to the door. "Ma'am, the apartment is clear. No one's inside, but you need to see this." I ran inside. Mochi was on the couch, calm now, blinking slowly at me. I scooped her up, felt her warm body, her steady heartbeat. She was okay. "Ma'am, over here." The officer was standing by my kitchen table. My laptop was there, open. My phone was there, unlocked. And next to them was a small device I didn't recognize. It looked like a USB drive, but more sophisticated, with a small screen displaying scrolling text. "Do you know what this is?" the officer asked. I shook my head. Another officer, younger, came over and looked at the device. "That's a rubber ducky. It's a hacking tool. Looks like a USB drive, but it's actually a keystroke injection device. You plug it into a computer and it can execute commands, install malware, steal data, all automatically." I felt sick. Someone was here. Someone broke in and used that on my laptop. It looks that way. We need to get a tech unit in here to examine your devices. In the meantime, don't use your laptop or your phone. They may have installed keyloggers, remote access tools, who knows what else. They dusted for prints, checked the doors and windows. My front door lock showed signs of being picked, subtle scratches that I would never have noticed on my own. The tech unit arrived an hour later. They took my laptop, my phone, the rubber ducky device. They said they'd analyze everything and get back to me within 48 hours. But they could tell me immediately that my phone had been accessed. Someone had gotten past my PIN, probably with some kind of exploit tool, and they'd been in my banking apps, my email, my photos, everything. "Change all your passwords from a different device," they told me. "Monitor your bank accounts. File a report with the credit bureaus." This was a targeted attack. A targeted attack. Someone had specifically chosen me, specifically broken into my home, specifically gone after my data. The who and why became clear 2 days later when the tech analysis came back. The malware on my laptop had been sending my keystrokes to an external server for 3 weeks. Every password I'd typed, every message I'd sent, every website I'd visited. Someone had been watching my digital life for almost a month. And the night of the break-in, they'd attempted to initiate wire transfers from my checking and savings accounts, transfers to overseas accounts. If the transactions had gone through, I would have lost everything. But they didn't go through, because at 3:17 a.m., my bank's fraud detection system flagged the unusual activity and froze my accounts. And at 3:18 a.m., I'd called 911. The police said the timing was incredibly lucky. If I hadn't noticed, if I hadn't been watching the camera, if I hadn't called when I did, the intruder would have had time to force the transactions through using manager override codes they'd stolen from my laptop. But I didn't feel lucky. I felt violated. Someone had been in my home, at my computer, going through my life. They'd breathed the same air as my cat, walked on my floors, touched my things. The investigation revealed that I'd been a victim of what they called a high-value target scam. Someone had identified me, probably through social media or data breaches, as a healthcare worker with a stable income and decent savings. They'd researched my schedule, figured out when I'd be at work, and had been gradually infiltrating my digital life through infected emails and malware. The break-in was the final step. They needed physical access to bypass certain security features on my banking apps. They never caught the person. The overseas accounts were dead ends, probably set up specifically for this theft, and abandoned immediately after. The fingerprints from my apartment didn't match anyone in the system. Whoever did this got away with it, or would have, if not for Mochi, my 15-year-old arthritic cat, who barely moved anymore, who slept 20 hours a day. She knew something was wrong. She heard or sensed the intruder, and she did the only thing she could do. She tried to show me. She jumped on the table, something that caused her pain. She pawed at my phone, trying to get my attention through the camera. She told me, in the only way she knew how, that I needed to look, that something was happening. If I hadn't checked the camera during my break that night, I wouldn't have noticed until it was too late. The transfers would have processed. My savings would have been gone. It would have taken months, maybe years, to sort out the mess. But Mochi knew. She knew, and she told me. I've since upgraded my security. Better locks, a full alarm system, multiple cameras, encryption on all my devices. I work with a cybersecurity consultant now to make sure I'm protected. But more than any of that, I trust Mochi. When she acts unusual, when she stares at something or goes somewhere she normally doesn't, I pay attention. Because she saved me once. She saw the danger before I did. She's 16 now, still on her medications, still sleeping most of the day, but sometimes I'll catch her looking at the front door, ears perked, listening, and I'll check the camera feeds, check the locks, check the alarm, because if Mochi thinks something's wrong, something's wrong. Animals know things we don't. They sense things we miss, and sometimes a simple pet camera and a vigilant cat are the best security system you can have. Mochi saved my financial life that night. She saved me from months of identity theft recovery, from devastating losses, from the nightmare of trying to prove fraud and get my money back. She's just a cat, an old, arthritic, sleepy cat, but she's also a hero, my hero, and I'll never take her instincts for granted again. The notification that changed everything: I'm a single mom. That's the first thing you need to know about me. My daughter Emma is 7 years old, and it's just the two of us. Her dad left when she was 2, and we haven't heard from him since. No child support, no birthday cards, nothing. So it's me and Emma against the world. We live in a small 2-bedroom house in a quiet neighborhood. It's not fancy, but it's ours. I work as a paralegal at a law firm downtown, and between my salary and the occasional freelance work I pick up on weekends, we get by. It's tight, but we manage. 2 years ago, I adopted a dog, a chocolate labrador, named Duke. Emma had been begging for a dog for months, and I finally gave in on her 5th birthday. Best decision I ever made. Duke is gentle with Emma, protective of our home, and honestly, he makes me feel safer. A woman living alone with a small child, you think about these things. You worry. Last month, I installed a pet camera in our living room. Not because I was worried about Duke, he's the most well-behaved dog I've ever known, but because Emma likes to video call me after school to show me what Duke is doing. She stays with my neighbor, Mrs. Chen, for the 2 hours between when school lets out and when I get home from work. Mrs. Chen is wonderful, but Emma misses Duke during the day. The camera lets her check on him, and it makes her happy. The camera I got was one of those smart ones with motion alerts. If Duke moved around too much, or if there was unusual activity, it would send a notification to my phone. I figured it was a nice feature, even though I didn't really need it. Our neighborhood is safe. Nothing ever happens here. Until October 23rd. It was a Tuesday. I remember because Tuesdays are my late days at the firm. I don't usually get home until 7 instead of 5. Emma knows the routine, Mrs. Chen picks her up from school, gives her a snack, helps with homework, and then I pick her up on my way home. I was at my desk, reviewing depositions for a case going to trial the next week. It was tedious work, and I was exhausted. I'd been up since 5:30 that morning, gotten Emma ready for school, packed her lunch, walked Duke, and still made it to the office by 8. Single-parent life doesn't leave much room for rest. At 6:43 p.m., my phone buzzed. Motion alert from the pet camera. I almost ignored it. Duke triggered those alerts all the time, jumping on the couch, playing with his toys, walking to his water bowl. But something made me open the app, Maybe intuition. Maybe luck. I don't know. The feed loaded, and I saw Duke. But he wasn't playing. He wasn't lounging on the couch or chewing a toy. He was standing in the middle of the living room, facing the front door, completely still. His ears were forward, his tail was low, and every muscle in his body was tense. I'd never seen Duke stand like that. He's a friendly dog, always wagging, always happy, but in that moment he looked like a different animal. He looked dangerous. I sat up straighter at my desk, my heart rate picking up. What was he reacting to? I watched the feed. Duke didn't move, just stood there, staring at the front door. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30. And then he started barking. Not his normal bark, his someone's at the door bark, or his I want attention bark. This was aggressive, loud, continuous, the kind of barking that said stay away. Through the camera's audio, I could hear it clearly. Deep, powerful barks that echoed through the house. And then I heard something else. A sound, metal on metal, scraping. Someone was at my front door. Someone was trying to open it. My blood went cold. I grabbed my phone with shaking hands and immediately called 911. 911, what's your emergency? Someone's trying to break into my house, I said, my voice high and tight with panic. I'm not home, but I can see it on my camera. Someone's at my front door trying to get in. What's your address, ma'am? I gave it to her, stumbling over the numbers, my hands shaking so badly I could barely hold the phone. Are you safe? Where are you right now? I'm at work, downtown. But my house, my dog is there, and someone's trying to break in. We're dispatching officers now. Stay on the line with me. I kept the camera feed open on my laptop while I held my phone to my ear. Duke was still barking, still planted in front of the door like a guard. And through the audio, I could still hear that sound, that scraping, jiggling sound of someone working on the lock. They're still there, I told the dispatcher. They're still trying to get in. Officers are 3 minutes away, ma'am. Does your home have an alarm system? No, just the dog. Okay. Keep watching the feed. Let me know if anything changes. I couldn't look away from the screen. My heart was hammering so hard I felt dizzy. All I could think was, what if they get in? What if they hurt Duke? What happens if they're still there when I bring Emma home? Duke's barking intensified. Whoever was at the door, they weren't giving up. The scraping sounds continued. They were persistent, methodical. They knew what they were doing. And then I heard it. A voice, muffled through the door, but audible on the camera's audio. Shut that dog up. There was more than one of them. At least 2 people trying to break into my home. Ma'am? The dispatcher's voice pulled me back. Are you still there? Yes. There's more than one person. I heard someone talking. Okay. Officers are pulling onto your street right now. On the feed. Duke suddenly stopped barking. His ears swiveled. He'd heard something I couldn't hear through the camera. The police sirens, maybe. The scraping sound at the door stopped abruptly. I held my breath, watching Duke. He remained tense, ready, but he'd stopped barking. Then I heard it on the audio, faint, but unmistakable. Running footsteps. Some owner running, away from my house. Duke's posture relaxed slightly. His tail came up, started wagging just a little. Whatever threat had been there was gone. I think they ran, I told the dispatcher. I heard footsteps running away. Officers are at your residence now, ma'am. They're checking the perimeter. I watched as flashing red and blue lights illuminated my living room through the windows. Duke looked toward the front window, tilted his head. He could see the police cars. 2 officers appeared in the frame, visible through the front window as they approached the door. Duke saw them and his tail started wagging more. He recognized uniforms. He knew these were the good guys. One officer knocked on the door. Police? Anyone home? Duke barked once friendly now, welcoming, and wagged his tail harder. Ma'am, can you give us permission to enter your home? We need to check that it's secure. Yes, please. The spare key is under the planter on the left side of the porch. The blue ceramic one. I heard the dispatcher relay the information to the officers. Moments later, I watched it in the camera feed as my front door opened and 2 police officers entered, hands near their weapons, scanning the room. Duke immediately went to them, tail wagging, that goofy Labrador smile on his face. One officer reached down and patted his head while the other swept through the house, checking rooms. "Ma'am, your home is clear," the dispatcher told me. The suspect or suspects fled before officers arrived. An officer will speak with you now. One of the officers picked up my landline. I kept one for emergencies and called me. I switched from the dispatcher to him. "Miss Crawford?" "Officer Martinez, your home is secure. The suspects are gone, but they did significant damage to your front door lock trying to get in. You're going towing to locksmith tonight before you can safely occupy the residence. Are there any signs they got inside? Any damage?" "No, ma'am. Looks like they never made it past the door. That's one hell of a watchdog you've got here. He's the only reason they didn't get in." I felt tears prick my eyes. "Is he okay? Duke, is he okay?" "He's fine. Friendly as can be. Wants me to throw his tennis ball." I let out a shaky laugh that was half sob. "That sounds like Duke." "Ma'am, I need to ask, do you have somewhere you and your daughter can stay tonight? It's going to take a few hours to process the scene and get a locksmith out. Here. My neighbor, Mrs. Chen next door. We can stay there." "Good. I'd also recommend installing a security system. This was a targeted attempt. They came prepared with tools. They were trying to get in fast. If it hadn't been for your dog's barking, they might have succeeded." After I hung up with Officer Martinez, I called Mrs. Chen and explained what happened. She was horrified and immediately insisted Emma and I stay with her for as long as we needed. Then I called a locksmith one the police recommended and arranged for emergency service. I left work immediately. My boss, thankfully, was understanding when I explained that someone had just tried to break into my house. I drove home in a daze, my hands still shaking on the steering wheel. When I pulled up to my house, there were 2 police cars still parked outside. Crime scene tape across my front door. Neighbors standing on their porches, watching. I felt exposed, violated. This was my safe neighborhood. This wasn't supposed to happen here. Officer Martinez met me as I got out of my car. He walked me through what they'd found. Deep scratches and gouges around my door lock. Marks consistent with lock-picking tools and a pry bar. Footprints in the flower bed under my front window, 2 sets, 2 different shoe sizes. They were casing your house, he told me. Probably watching, waiting for the right time. Tuesday evening, they figured you'd be at work. Your daughter at school or aftercare. Empty house. But how did they know no one was home? Could be lots of things. They might have knocked earlier and no one answered. They might have been watching your routine. They might have noticed your car wasn't in the driveway. This wasn't random, Miss Crawford. This was planned. That made it worse somehow. The idea that someone had been watching me, watching my house, learning my schedule, planning when to strike. The good news, Officer Martinez continued, is that your dog's barking disrupted them. They expected an empty house. They didn't expect resistance. The moment your dog started making noise, they knew neighbors might hear, might call police. They knew their window was closing. If I hadn't checked the camera, I said slowly, if I hadn't called 911 right away, they would have gotten in eventually. These guys knew what they were doing. The lock would have held for a few more minutes, but not much longer. I thought about that, about what would have happened if they'd gotten inside. Would they have still been there when I got home at 7? Would they have been there when I picked up Emma? The thought made me feel sick. Officer Martinez must have seen it on my face. Hey, they didn't get in. Your dog protected your home, and you called us in time. That's what matters. The locksmith arrived around 8:30 and installed a new deadbolt, a reinforced strike plate, and a chain lock. Officer Martinez waited until it was done, then walked through the house with me one more time to make sure I felt safe. Duke followed us room to room, tail wagging, completely oblivious to the fact that he was a hero. He just knew his people were home and everything was right in his world. After the police left, I went next door to Mrs. Chen's to get Emma. I called her earlier and told her not to tell Emma what happened. I wanted to explain it myself in a way that wouldn't scare her. But when I walked in and Emma saw my face, she knew something was wrong. "Mommy, what happened?" I knelt down and hugged her. "Everything's okay, baby. But we're going to stay with Mrs. Chen tonight, okay? Our front door lock broke and they're fixing it." She pulled back and looked at me with those big, serious eyes. "You're lying. Something bad happened." I've forgotten how perceptive 7-year-olds can be, so I told her a simple version, without the terrifying details. Someone had tried to come into our house, but Duke barked and scared them away, and the police came and everything was okay. "Duke saved us?" Emma asked. "Duke saved us," I confirmed. She was quiet for a moment, processing. Then, "Can we give Duke extra treats?" I laughed and it felt good. "Yes, baby. We can give Duke all the treats." We stayed at Mrs. Chen's that night. Emma slept in the guest room, and I barely slept at all on the couch, constantly checking my phone, watching the camera feed of my dark, empty house. The next day, I had a security system installed, cameras on every entrance, motion sensors, a loud alarm that would wake the entire neighborhood. The whole setup cost more than I could comfortably afford, but I didn't care. I needed to feel safe again. The police called 3 days later. They'd caught them. 2 men, both with long criminal records, both known for residential burglaries. They'd been hitting houses all over the county, targeting single-family homes during evening hours when people were likely to be at work. My neighbor 2 streets over had a security camera that caught their car driving through the neighborhood that night. The license plate led to their arrest. In their possession were lock-picking tools, pry bars, and items stolen from 3 other homes that week. I had to go down to the station and make a formal statement. The detective I spoke with told me I was lucky. "Most people don't catch these guys in the act," he said. "Usually you come home and find your house has been ransacked. The fact that you were watching your camera at the exact right moment, that's incredibly lucky timing. But it wasn't just luck. It was Duke. If he hadn't reacted the way he did, if he hadn't barked loud enough to trigger the camera's audio alert, I might not have even looked at the notification. I might have ignored it, figured it was nothing, kept working. Duke's barking saved us. His protective instincts, his refusal to let those men into his home, bought us the time we needed for police to arrive. I testified at the trial 2 months later. The men pleaded guilty to multiple counts of burglary and attempted burglary. They got 6 years each. It felt like justice, but it also felt insufficient. 6 years for terrorizing families, for violating people's homes, for making us all feel unsafe in our own neighborhoods. But they're gone now, locked up, and we're safe. Emma is 8 now. We still live in the same house, though it looks different. Security cameras, motion sensing lights, a new reinforced door, and Duke, who gets extra treats and all the love we can give him. Sometimes Emma tells her friends at school that Duke is a hero. She's not wrong. That notification, that simple motion alert at 6:43 p.m. on a random Tuesday changed everything. It's the difference between a close call and a tragedy, between a scary story we tell and a nightmare we live through. I check that camera feed all the time now. Every day. Multiple times. I watch Duke sleeping on the couch, playing with his toys, waiting by the door for us to come home. And every time I see him, I'm grateful. Grateful for the camera that let me see what was happening in real time. Grateful for the dispatcher who stayed calm and got help to us fast. Grateful for the police who responded within minutes. But most of all, grateful for Duke, my loyal, protective, wonderful dog who stood between danger and the people he loves. He didn't know I was watching through a camera. He didn't know I was calling for help. He just knew that someone was trying to get into his home, and he wasn't going to let that happen. And because of him, they didn't. That notification changed everything, but Duke saved everything, and I'll never forget it. I'm a systems analyst. I work with data, patterns, anomalies. When something doesn't add up in a system, I find it. I fix it. That's what I do for a living, and I'm good at it. Maybe that's why what happened with my pet camera bothered me so much. Because it didn't make sense. Because I couldn't fix it. My dog's name is Charlie. He's a 5-year-old beagle mix, rescue dog, best friend. I live alone in a condo, work from home most days, and Charlie keeps me company. He's low maintenance, good-natured, the perfect companion for someone who spends most of their time staring at computer screens. I set up a pet camera about 3 months ago. Nothing fancy. Mid-range model. Decent reviews. I wanted to be able to check on Charlie when I occasionally had to go into the office or run errands. Standard pet owner stuff. The camera worked perfectly for the first 2 weeks. Clear video, good night vision, reliable app. No complaints. I'd check it a few times a day, see Charlie napping or chewing his toys, and that was it. Then I noticed the glitch. I was reviewing old footage one evening, just browsing through clips, seeing what Charlie did when I wasn't paying attention when I saw it. At exactly the 34-minute mark of a recording, the feed cut to static for 3 seconds. Pure white noise, the kind you used to see on old TVs when the signal was lost. Then the feed came back. Charlie was in a different position. He'd been lying on the couch, and after the static, he was sitting on the floor across the room. I frowned. It was odd, but not alarming. Probably just a glitch in the recording. Some kind of encoding error. The camera was new. These things happen with consumer electronics. But then I checked another recording from a different day. Same thing. 34 minutes into the recording. 3 seconds of static. When the feed came back, Charlie had moved. Every single recording had the same anomaly. 3 seconds of static at the 34-minute mark. Every time. That's when my systems analyst brain kicked in. This wasn't random. This was a pattern. Patterns mean something. They have causes. I started documenting everything. I pulled every recording from the past 2 weeks and analyzed them. Same result every time. 34 minutes, 3 seconds of static. Charlie in a different position when the feed resumed. I checked the camera's specifications online. Nothing in the manual about scheduled maintenance or automatic resets that would cause this. I checked forums, user reviews, tech support pages. No one else reported this issue. I contacted the manufacturer's customer support. Described the problem. They had me try the standard troubleshooting, restart the camera, reinstall the app, check for firmware updates. Nothing worked. The static persisted. 34 minutes. 3 seconds. Every recording. It might be a defective unit, the support rep finally said. We can send you a replacement if you'd like. I considered it, but something made me hesitate. If it was just a hardware defect, why was it so consistent? Why exactly 34 minutes? Why exactly 3 seconds? Defects are usually random, erratic. This was precise. I decided to run an experiment. I set up a second camera, an old webcam I had from a previous job positioned to record the same area as the pet camera. If the static was just an encoding error in the pet camera's recording, the webcam should capture what actually happened during those 3 seconds. I let both cameras record for 2 hours. While I worked in my home office, Charlie slept in the couch the whole time, barely moving. When I reviewed the footage later, it queued up both recordings to the 34-minute mark. The pet camera, static for 3 seconds. Charlie on the couch before the static, on the floor after. The webcam. I held my breath as I watched the timestamp approach 34 minutes. When it hit, the webcam feed showed Charlie on the couch, sleeping peacefully. For 3 seconds, nothing happened. He didn't move, didn't get up, didn't relocate to the floor. But when I switched back to the pet camera feed, there he was, on the floor, in a completely different spot. My hands went cold. That wasn't possible. 2 cameras, same room, same time period. They should show the same thing, but they didn't. I checked the timestamps. Both cameras showed the same date and time. They were perfectly synced. So why did they show different things? I ran the experiment again the next day. Same result. During the 3 seconds of static on the pet camera, the webcam showed Charlie not moving. But when the pet camera feed resumed, Charlie was somewhere else. It was like the pet camera was recording a different reality, or recording something that happened during those 3 seconds that the other camera couldn't see. I know how that sounds. I'm a logical person. I don't believe in supernatural explanations, but I couldn't find a logical explanation for this. I started watching the live feed more carefully, waiting for the 34-minute mark. I wanted to see it happen in real time, not just in recordings. On day 4 of my investigation, I sat at my desk with the live feed open on my laptop. I had a timer running. At 33 minutes, I stopped working and gave the screen me full attention. 33 minutes, 30 seconds. Charlie was on the couch, asleep. 33 minutes, 45 seconds, still asleep. 33 minutes, 55 seconds. I leaned closer to the screen. 34 minutes exactly. Static. 3 seconds of white noise that made my skin crawl. I don't know why it affected me that way. It was just static, just visual noise, but something about it felt wrong. It felt intentional. The feed came back. Charlie was awake now, sitting on the floor, staring directly at the camera. Not at me in my office, at the camera in the living room, like he'd seen something there, like something had moved him. I got up and walked into the living room. Charlie looked at me, tail wagging, normal Aciver. I checked the area where he'd been sitting. Nothing unusual, no signs of anything that would explain what I'd just seen. "What happened, buddy?" I asked him. "What happens during those 3 seconds?" He tilted his head, tongue hanging out, clueless and happy. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the static, about Charlie moving during those 3 seconds, about the fact that my webcam didn't see it happen. I did what any rational person would do. I set up more cameras. By the end of the week, I had 5 cameras pointed at my living room from different angles. The pet camera, the webcam, and 3 more I borrowed from friends, claiming I was testing them for work, all recording simultaneously, all synced to the same network time server. I set them all recording and went to my office. At the 34-minute mark, I pulled up all 5 feeds on my monitors. Camera 1, the pet camera, static. 3 seconds. Charlie moved. Camera 2, the webcam, no static. Charlie didn't move. Camera 3, no static. Charlie didn't move. Camera 4, no static. Charlie didn't move. Camera 5, no static. Charlie didn't move. Only the pet camera showed the static. Only the pet camera showed Charlie moving. 4 other cameras said nothing happened, but the pet camera insisted something did. I felt a headache building behind my eyes. This violated everything I understood about how recording devices work. Cameras capture light. They record reality. They don't show different realities from the same vantage point. Unless the pet camera wasn't just recording what was there. Unless it was recording something else, something the other cameras couldn't see. I decided to watch the static more carefully. I queued up a recording and paused it right at the start of the static. Then I advanced it frame by frame. 3 seconds is nitty frames at 30 frames per second. Surely, if I looked closely enough, I'd see something in the noise, some pattern, some explanation. Frame 1, white noise. Frame 2, white noise. Frame 3, white noise. I kept advancing, frame by frame. White noise, random static, nothing, wait. Frame 47. In the static, for just one frame, I saw something. A shape, vague, dark, human-sized. It was there for 1/30th of a second, buried in the noise. I went back, checked again. There. Frame 47. A shadow in the static, roughly where Charlie had been lying on the couch. I advanced further. Frame 48. White noise. Frame 49. White noise. Frame 50. 3. Another shadow. Different position. Moving. Frame 61. Another shadow. Frame 72. Another shadow. Closer to where the camera was positioned. I mapped them out. Drew the positions on a piece of paper. The shadow, whatever it was moving during the static. Moving from the couch toward the camera in 3 seconds. It crossed the entire living room. And Charlie, in the frame right after the static ended, he was on the floor where the couch was, like he'd moved away from something, like he'd been displaced. My hands were shaking. I didn't want to believe what I was seeing. But the data was clear. Something appeared in my living room during those 3 seconds. Something that moved. Something that only the pet camera could see. I should have stopped. Should have returned the camera, gotten the replacement, forgotten about it. But I needed to understand. I decided to be in the room when it happened. To be there, physically present during the 34-minute mark. To see if I could feel what Charlie seemed to experience. The next day, I set up the pet camera and sat on the couch next to Charlie. I had my phone with a timer, watching the seconds count down. Charlie was calm, resting his head on my lap. 33 minutes. I petted Charlie, told him it was okay. 34 minutes. The room temperature dropped, not dramatically, but noticeably. The air felt heavy, charged, like right before a thunderstorm. Charlie's head lifted, his ears went back. He was sensing it too. I couldn't see anything. The room looked normal, but it didn't feel normal. It felt occupied, like someone else was there with us, standing just out of sight. Charlie stood up on the couch, turned around 3 times and jumped down to the floor. He walked to the corner of the room and sat down, watching the space where he'd just been, watching the couch, like something was there now, something I couldn't see. The heavy feeling lasted exactly 3 seconds. I counted, then it was gone. The temperature normalized. The air felt normal again. Charlie relaxed and came back to the couch. I immediately checked the pet camera footage on my phone. Static at the 34-minute mark. Before the static, me and Charlie on the couch. After the static, me on the couch alone, Charlie in the corner. But I'd been there. I'd experienced those 3 seconds. I hadn't moved from the couch. Charlie had gotten down and walked away. No static, no interruption, just normal time passing normally. So why did the camera show static? Why did it show Charlie in a different position than he'd been at the start, even though I watched him move there? Unless the static wasn't covering what happened. Unless the static was what happened. A disruption, a glitch, in reality, not just in the recording. I stopped using the camera after that. Unplugged it, put it in a drawer. I told myself I was being irrational, that there had to be a technical explanation I just hadn't found yet. But I couldn't explain the cold, the heaviness, the feeling of being watched during those 3 seconds. I couldn't explain why Charlie reacted the way he did, why he moved away from the couch like something had taken his place. 2 weeks later, curiosity got the better of me. I took the camera out of the drawer and plugged it back in. I set it up in a different room this time, my bedroom. I let it record while I slept. The next morning, I checked the footage. At 34 minutes into the recording, there it was, 3 seconds of static. Before the static, me in bed, asleep. After the static, me in bed, asleep. Same position, I hadn't moved, but when I looked at the frame by frame during the static, I saw them again. The shadows, moving around my bed, standing over me while I slept. I deleted the footage, unplugged the camera, put it back in the drawer. I haven't used it since. Sometimes I wonder what those shadows are, whether they're always there, invisible, just going about whatever it is they do, and the camera somehow captures them during those 3 seconds. Whether that static is a doorway, a glimpse into something that exists parallel to our reality, or maybe it's simpler than that. Maybe it's just a defective camera with a weird glitch that my pattern-seeking brain turned into something sinister. But I don't think so, because Charlie knows. Even now, weeks later, he won't go near the drawer where I keep the camera. He'll walk into my office, but he gives that drawer a wide berth. He knows something is in there, something he doesn't like. And every day, at the 34-minute mark of whenever I happen to glance at the clock, I feel it, just for 3 seconds. The cold, the heaviness, the sense that something is moving through my space, unseen, unknowable. I think it was always there. The camera just showed me. For 3 seconds, it pulled back the curtain and let me see what shares my home, what moves through my rooms when I'm not paying attention, what stands over me while I sleep. And now I can't unsee it, can't unfeel it. Every day, 3 seconds of awareness that I'm not alone, that something else is here. The camera is still in my drawer. I should throw it away, should destroy it, but I don't. Because part of me wants to know, wants to understand, wants to see what happens if I watch those 3 seconds again, if I look closer at the shadows. Maybe someday I'll plug it back in. Maybe I'll watch one more time, frame by frame, and finally understand what I'm looking at. Or maybe I'll leave it in the drawer, leave the mystery unsolved. Because some things, once you see them clearly, you can't unsee. And I'm not sure I want to know what those shadows really are. I'm not sure I could handle the answer. Wife Sarah and I had been talking about getting a dog for years. We'd been married for 5 years, owned our house for 3, and we both worked stable jobs with predictable schedules. We had the space, the time, and the love to give. The only thing missing was the right dog. We wanted to rescue, not buy from a breeder. It felt more meaningful that way. So we spent weekends visiting shelters, meeting dogs, trying to find the one that was meant for us. That's how we met Sergeant. He was a 3-year-old German Shepherd, beautiful and well-proportioned, with the classic black and tan coloring. The shelter staff told us almost nothing about him. He'd been brought in 3 weeks earlier by animal control. No microchip, no collar. New owner had come forward to claim him. They estimated he was around 3 years old based on his teeth and overall condition. He's been through some kind of training, the shelter volunteer told us. Professional training. He knows commands, he's disciplined, he walks perfectly on a leash, but we don't know where he came from or what kind of training he had. When they brought Sergeant out to meet us, something clicked. He was calm, attentive, gentle. He sat when Sarah approached him, let her pet his head, looked at her with those intelligent brown eyes like he understood everything she was saying. "We'll take him," I said, and Sarah nodded, already in love. The adoption process took a week. Background checks, home inspection, paperwork. Finally, we brought Sergeant home on a Saturday morning in late September. He adjusted immediately. No anxiety, no destructive behavior, no accidents in the house. He knew where to go when we opened the back door to the yard. He knew to sit before we put his food bowl down. He knew to go to his bed when we said place. Someone had trained him very well. We just didn't know who. About 2 weeks after we brought him home, Sarah suggested we get a pet camera. She traveled occasionally for work, maybe once a month for 2 or 3 days, and she wanted to be able to check on Sergeant while she was away. I thought it was a good idea. We could make sure he was adjusting okay, that he wasn't anxious when left alone. We set up the camera in the living room with a view of Sergeant's bed, the couch, and part of the kitchen. The first few days we checked it obsessively, like new parents with a baby monitor. Sergeant was perfect. He slept most of the day, occasionally wandered around the house, drank water, looked out the window, model dog. Then Sarah went on her first business trip, 3 days in Chicago for a conference. I stayed home with Sergeant, working from my home office, taking him for walks in the evening. It was just me and the dog, and we fell into an easy routine. On the second night, I was working late around 9 p.m. when I decided to check the pet camera to see what Sergeant was doing. I'd left him in the living room with his toys in his bed. The feed loaded, and I saw him sitting by the front window. Not unusual. He liked to watch the street, but as I watched, he stood up, walked to the center of the living room and sat down. He faced the hallway leading to the bedrooms, and he just sat there, perfectly still, staring down the hallway. I watched for a few minutes. He didn't move, didn't lie down, didn't look away, just sat and stared. It reminded me of a dog on guard duty, alert, focused, waiting. After about 5 minutes, Sergeant stood up, turned his head to the left 3 times deliberately, like he was checking different points in the room, then barked twice. Short, sharp barks. Then he walked to the kitchen, got a drink of water, and came back to the living room. He laid down on his bed and went to sleep. The whole sequence felt choreographed, practiced, like a routine he'd performed many times before. I walked out to the living room. Sergeant lifted his head when he saw me, tail wagging. I looked down the hallway he'd been staring at. My office, the bathroom, our bedroom. Nothing unusual. Nothing that would explain his behavior. "What were you doing, buddy?" I asked. He tilted his head, stood up, and brought me his tennis ball. Apparently, we were done with whatever that was, and now it was playtime. When Sarah came home from Chicago, I mentioned it to her. "He probably just heard something," she said. "Animals have better hearing than we do. Could have been a neighbor, or something outside." That made sense. I let it go. But the next evening, at the same time, just after 8 p.m., I checked the camera feed out of curiosity, and there was Sergeant, performing the exact same routine. Sit in the center of the living room facing the hallway, stare for 5 minutes, turn his head left 3 times, bark twice, walk to the kitchen for water, return to his bed. The exact same sequence, same timing, same movements. I showed Sarah that night. We watched the recording together on my laptop. "That's weird," she admitted. "Why would he do that every night? I don't know, but it's too specific to be random." Over the next week, we watched Sergeant perform this routine every single evening at 8 p.m. It never varied. Not once. Same position, same head turns, same barks, same walk to the kitchen. "Maybe it's some kind of training," Sarah suggested. "Like he was taught to do security checks at a certain time, and he's still doing it even though he doesn't need to anymore." Security checks? I don't know. Police dog? Military dog? Maybe he's trained to patrol or something. It was the best explanation we had. Sergeant had clearly received professional training. Maybe this routine was part of that training, and it was so ingrained in him that he couldn't stop doing it. We decided to search for answers. We contacted the shelter, asked if they had any more information about where Sergeant came from. They didn't. We posted on local lost pet groups, asking if anyone recognized him or knew his history. Nothing. We took him to a vet for a full checkup, hoping maybe they could tell us something based on his physical condition or behavior. The vet confirmed he was healthy, well cared for, and definitely professionally trained. "He's been through some kind of working dog program," the vet said. "His teeth are in excellent condition. His coat shows signs of high-quality nutrition. His muscle tone is perfect. Someone invested a lot of time and money into this dog. I'm surprised no one came looking for him." "Could he be a police dog?" I asked. "Or military?" "Possibly. but usually those dogs are microchipped and registered. If he was part of an official program, someone would have tracked him down by now. We left with more questions than answers. The 8 p.m. routine continued. Every single night, without fail, we started calling it Sergeant's Patrol. We'd even started setting our own evening schedule around it, making sure we were home to watch sometimes, curious if he'd ever break the pattern. He never did. Then, one night in October, about 6 weeks after we'd adopted Sergeant, I was watching the live feed during his patrol. He'd just finished his head turns and was about to bark when something happened. He didn't bark. Instead, he growled, low and threatening, a sound I'd never heard from him before. His body went rigid, his hackles raised. He was staring at something down the hallway, and he looked genuinely aggressive. I stood up from my desk, my heart rate picking up. I walked quickly to the living room. Sergeant was standing exactly where I'd seen him on camera, still growling, focused in the hallway. "Sergeant?" I called. He glanced at me, then back at the hallway. Whatever he was reacting to, I considered it a real threat. I walked to the hallway, turned on the light, and looked. Nothing. The hallway was empty. I checked the bedroom, the bathroom, the office. All empty, all normal. When I came back to the living room, Sergeant had stopped growling. He was standing next to me, looking up at me like he was waiting for instructions. "What did you see?" I asked him. He didn't answer, obviously. Just wagged his tail once and walked to the kitchen for his water. I checked the camera recording later. Right before Sergeant started growling, there was a strange noise on the audio. Faint, barely audible, but there. It sounded like a door closing, but all our doors were open or already closed. Nothing in the house had moved. Sarah and I talked about it that night. "This is getting strange," she said. "The routine is one thing, but growling at nothing? Do you think he's sick? Brain tumor or something affecting his behavior? The vet would have found something. He's healthy. Then what's going on?" I didn't have an answer, but I had an idea. A crazy idea, but an idea nonetheless. "What if we try to figure out where he came from?" I said. "Like, really investigate. Look up the address of our house, see if anything happened here before we bought it." "Why would that matter?" "I don't know. But his routine is so specific, so tied to this space. What if there's a reason?" Sarah looked skeptical but nodded. "Okay, let's see what we can find." We started with the basics. Our house was built in 1987. We were the third owners. The previous owners had lived here for 12 years and moved to be closer to their grandchildren. Before them, the house had been owned by a single man named David Morse. He'd bought it in 1989 and lived here until 2009. A quick Google search of David Morse and our address brought up something unexpected. A news article from August 2007. The headline, "Local man missing after suspected home invasion." My blood went cold as I read it aloud to Sarah. David Morse, 52, of our address, has been missing since August 16th when neighbors reported hearing a disturbance at his home around 8 p.m. Police found signs of forced entry and evidence of a struggle but no sign of Morse. Authorities are treating the case as a possible home invasion and kidnapping. 8 p.m., the same time Sergeant did his routine every night. "Oh my God," Sarah whispered. I clicked on another article, dated 2 weeks later. Body found in woods, identified as missing man David Morse. Police investigating homicide. I felt sick. A man had been kidnapped from our house and murdered. In 2007, 16 years ago. But what did that have to do with Sergeant? He was only 3 years old. He wasn't heaven alive when this happened. I kept searching. I found more articles about the case. 2 men were eventually arrested and convicted of the murder. They'd broken into David Morse's home, looking for money and valuables. When Morse confronted them, the situation escalated. They kidnapped him, drove him to a wooded area 40 miles away, and killed him. The details were brutal. I stopped reading after a while. The murder happened in our living room at 8 p.m. on August 16th, 2002, the exact location where Sergeant performed his nightly routine. This can't be a coincidence, Sarah said, her voice shaky. But how would Sergeant know? How would he know what happened here? He wouldn't. He couldn't. He wasn't alive. This doesn't make sense. But it also made perfect sense in a way that terrified me. The routine, the specific time, the location, the aggression toward the hallway, the direction the intruders would have come from. Do you think... Sarah started, then stopped. Do you think Sergeant is somehow connected to this? Like spiritually or something? You're saying our dog is possessed? I don't know what I'm saying, but you can't deny the pattern. She was right. I couldn't deny it, and the more I thought about it, the more I realized there was one way to test this theory. The article said the home invasion happened on August 16th, I said slowly. What's today's date? Sarah checked her phone. October 23rd. So we've owned the house for 3 months. Sergeant's been here for 6 weeks. That means he wasn't here in August. We can't know if he did this routine on August 16, specifically. But next August, Sarah said, catching on, we'll be here. We can see if he reacts differently. That's almost a year away. Do you have a better idea? I didn't, so we decided to wait, to document everything, to see if we could find more connections between Sergeant's behavior and what had happened in our house. We became obsessed. We pulled every camera recording, every instance of Sergeant's 8 p.m. routine, and analyzed them. We timed his movements down to the second. We counted his head turns always 3, always to the left. We listened to his barks always 2, always sharp. We researched David Morse, the victim, found obituaries, social media profiles, off-family members, anything that might give us insight. In one obituary photo, David was pictured with a dog, a German Shepherd. Sarah gasped when she saw it. Does that look like? No, I said firmly. That dog died years ago. It's not Sergeant. But the resemblance was striking. The same coloring, the same build, the same intelligent expression. What if it's a relative? Sarah suggested. Like a puppy from the same bloodline? That would still be a huge coincidence. Everything about this is a huge coincidence. She was right. Again. We kept digging. We found that David Morse had worked as a security consultant. He trained dogs for private security companies. His specialty was personal, protection dogs, German Shepherds, mostly. He'd been well known in the local security community. So David Morse trained German Shepherds, and now a German Shepherd was living in his former house, performing what looked like a security routine every night at the exact time David was attacked. The pieces were connecting in ways that should have been impossible. I think we need to call someone, Sarah said one night in November. Like a paranormal investigator or something. You're serious? Do you have a better explanation? I didn't, but I also wasn't ready to accept that our dog was somehow channeling a dead man's dog or whatever supernatural explanation would be required to make this make sense. Instead, I decided to try something else. I decided to change Sergeant's routine. At 7:30 p.m., before his usual patrol time, I called Sergeant into my office and closed the door. I kept him with me, gave him treats, played with him, kept him engaged and distracted. 8 p.m. came and went. Sergeant didn't perform his routine. Couldn't. He was locked in my office with me. At 8:30, I opened the door and let him out. He walked directly to the living room, went to his spot in the center, sat down facing the hallway, and started his routine. Everything exactly as he always did it, just 30 minutes late. It wasn't dependent on the time. It was dependent on being able to complete their routine. Like he needed to do it. Like he couldn't rest until he'd finished his patrol. That proves it's just behavior, Sarah said when I told her. Not supernatural, just a trained response he can't shake. I wanted to believe that. But that night, when we went to bed, I couldn't stop thinking about it. About David Morse training dogs in this house. About how he died. About how Sergeant seemed to be guarding against something that happened 16 years ago. Around 3 a.m., I woke up to Sergeant barking. Not his usual 2-bark routine. This was constant, frantic barking from downstairs. Sarah woke up too. What's wrong with him? We ran downstairs. Sergeant was in the living room, standing in his patrol spot, barking at the hallway. But this time, he was also backing up, his body language showing genuine fear. I turned on all the lights. The hallway was empty. The whole house was empty. But Sergeant was reacting to something he perceived as a real threat. Sarah grabbed my arm. Look at the camera. She'd pulled up the pet camera feed on her phone. We watched the playback from just before Sergeant started barking. On the recording, right before he woke us up, there was a sound, clear and unmistakable, breaking glass, like a window being smashed. But there was no broken glass. We checked every window in the house, all intact, nothing broken, no sign of forced entry, no sign that anyone had tried to get in. The sound of breaking glass had only existed on the camera recording, not in reality, or not in our current reality. The 16th of August 2007, Sarah whispered. The news article said neighbors heard a disturbance, breaking glass. That's how the intruders got in. They broke a window. We stood there in our living room at 3 a.m, holding each other, while our dog continued to bark at a threat that existed 16 years in the past. Eventually, Sergeant calmed down. He stopped barking, shook himself off, and went to his bed. Like the threat had passed, like whatever he'd been guarding against was gone. We didn't sleep the rest of that night. The next day, I called the police non-emergency line. I asked to speak to someone about the David Morse case from 2007. They transferred me to a detective named Morrison who'd worked the case. I explained who I was, that I lived in the house now, and that I had some questions. Detective Morrison was friendly but confused about why I was calling about a 16-year-old closed case. I know this sounds strange, I said, but I need to know the exact details of the break-in. Specifically, how the intruders entered the house. There was a pause. May I ask why? We adopted a dog, a German Shepherd, and he's exhibiting some strange behaviors that seem connected to what happened here. I'm trying to understand. Another pause. Then, they came through the back door, broke the glass panel, reached in, unlocked it from inside. Happened around 8 p.m. Morse's dog, he had a German Shepherd, confronted them in the living room. They shot the dog, then they grabbed Morse. My stomach dropped. They shot the dog? Yeah. Dog died at the scene. We found him in the living room, near the hallway, heady protecting his owner. I thanked Detective Morrison and hung up. Sarah was watching me, her face pale. The dog died, I told her. David Morse's German Shepherd. He was killed, trying to protect David, right where Sergeant does his patrol. Sarah sank onto the couch. So, what? Sergeant is, what? A reincarnation? A ghost? What are we saying here? I don't know. But we can't ignore this. So what do? We didn't know. What do you do when your rescue dog seems to be reliving the death of another dog from 16 years ago? We decided to contact an animal behaviorist, someone who might have insight into whether dogs could inherit trauma or memories through some kind of genetic or spiritual connection. We found a woman named Dr. Elena Vasquez, who specialized in unusual animal behavior and had published papers on animal cognition and consciousness. She came to our house in December and spent 3 hours observing Sergeant, watching his 8 p.m. routine, reviewing our camera footage and asking questions about his behavior. At the end of her visit, she sat us down with a serious expression. "I can't give you a scientific explanation for what you're seeing," she said. "Sergeant's behavior is too specific, too ritualized, and too connected to the history of this location to be coincidental. Animals are sensitive to energies and memories in ways we don't fully understand. It's possible that Sergeant is picking up on residual energy from what happened here. It's also possible, and I know this sounds impossible, that he has some kind of connection to the dog that died here." "But how?" Sarah asked. "He wasn't even alive then." "There are documented cases of animals exhibiting behaviors associated with previous animals in the same location. We call it place memory. The theory is that traumatic events leave imprints that sensitive animals can detect and respond to. So he's reacting to a memory that isn't his," I said. "In a sense, yes. Or he's responding to something we can't perceive. An echo of what happened. The dog that died here was trying to protect his owner. That protective instinct, that final act, was so strong that it may have left an imprint. And Sergeant, being a similar breed, similarly trained, is somehow tuned into that imprint." "Is he in danger?" Sarah asked. "Is this hurting him? I don't think so. He seems calm outside of his routine. He's not anxious, not traumatized. He's just fulfilling a duty, completing a task that was left unfinished. Can we stop it? I don't recommend trying. If this is how he's processing whatever he's sensing, interrupting it might cause distress. He needs to do this. Think of it as his way of honoring what happened here." Dr. Vasquez left us with that thought. Sergeant was honoring the dog that died in our living room. He was completing the patrol, the protection that had been interrupted 16 years ago. It should have made me feel better. Instead, it made me feel sad. Sad for David Morse. Sad for his dog. Sad that our house held this tragedy. But we learned to live with it. We accepted that Sergeant had his routine, his 8 p.m. patrol, and we didn't try to stop it anymore. We even started to find it comforting in a way, like there was still a guardian in the house, still someone watching even after all these years. Months passed. Sergeant's routine continued. We got used to it, stopped analyzing it, just let it be part of our lives. Then August 16th came, 16 years to the day after David Morse was taken from our house. We'd been dreading it, wondering if something would happen. We set up extra cameras, planning to document everything. At 8 p.m., Sergeant went to his spot, started his routine. Sarah and I watched from the couch, tense, waiting. He Saturday. He stared at the hallway. He turned his head left 3 times. And then, instead of barking twice like he always did, he barked 3 times. 3 loud, clear barks. Then he did something he'd never done before. He walked to the back door, the door the intruders had broken through, and sat down in front of it, guarding it. He stayed there for exactly 15 minutes. At 8:15 p.m., the estimated time David Morse was taken from the house, according to police reports, Sergeant stood up, walked back to his bed, and laid down. He looked peaceful, calm, like he'd completed something important. From that night on, Sergeant's routine changed. He still did his 8 p.m. patrol, but it was shorter now, less intense. He'd sit in his spot, look around, give one quiet bark, and go to his bed. It was like he'd finally been able to do what he needed to do. On that anniversary, he'd given the warning barks he couldn't give 16 years ago. He'd guarded the door he couldn't guard back then. He'd completed his duty. Dr. Vasquez called it closure when we told her. She said sometimes animals need to fulfill something before they can let it go. August 16th had been Sergeant's chance to do that. A year has passed since then. Sergeant still does a brief patrol most evenings, but it's gentle now. Routine rather than urgent. He's just a dog, checking his territory, not a guard dog reliving trauma. We still don't fully understand what happened, whether Sergeant is somehow connected to the dog that died here, whether he's responding to place memory, or whether there's something supernatural we can't explain. But we know this: we gave Sergeant a home, and he gave us an answer. He helped us understand what happened in our house. He honored the memory of the dog and man who died here, and in doing so, he brought a kind of peace to a place that had known violence. Sometimes Sarah and I talk about how lucky we are, not just to have found Sergeant, but to have been the ones who could give him the home he needed, the place where he could complete what was left unfinished. He's not just our dog. He's a guardian, a keeper of memory, a bridge between past and present. And every evening at 8 p.m. when he does his gentle patrol, we like to think that somewhere, somehow, David Morse and his dog know that someone is still watching, still protecting, still remembering. That's what Sergeant does. That's his secret. That's his purpose. And we're honored to be the ones who get to witness it. Live in a fourth-floor apartment in the city. It's a converted warehouse building, mostly young professionals, pretty safe neighborhood. I've been here for 2 years without any problems. The building has secure entry, cameras in the hallways, a doorman during business hours. I've always felt safe here. My dog's name is Biscuit. He's a corgi, about 4 years old, and he's the most laid-back dog you'll ever meet. Nothing phases him. Loud noises, doesn't care. Strangers, loves everyone. Other dogs, best friends immediately. He's basically a loaf of bread with legs and a permanent smile. I got a pet camera about 3 months ago because I was curious what Biscuit did all day while I was at work. Spoiler alert, he sleeps. He sleeps on the couch, sleeps on the floor, sleeps in the patch of sunlight by the window. He's a professional napper. Last Tuesday started like any normal day. I left for work around 7:30 a.m. Biscuit was already asleep on the couch. I checked the camera around noon during my lunch break, still sleeping. Checked again at 3 p.m. You guessed it, sleeping. I got home around 6:15 like I always do. I unlocked my apartment door and walked in, expecting the usual greeting. Biscuit always meets me at the door, tail wagging, doing his little corgi wiggle dance. It's the best part of my day. But Tuesday, he wasn't at the door. I walked in, called his name. Biscuit? Where are you, buddy? I found him in the living room. He was sitting about 6 feet from the front door, facing it directly. He wasn't moving, wasn't wagging, just sitting there, staring at the door I just walked through. Hey, Biscuit, you okay? He glanced at me for a half second, then immediately looked back at the door. His ears were forward, his body tense. This wasn't normal Biscuit behavior. Normal Biscuit would have already tackled me with enthusiasm and demanded dinner. I walked over to him, knelt down, petted his head. He was trembling, slightly, but definitely trembling. What's wrong? What are you looking at? The door looked normal, closed, locked, nothing unusual. I checked the peephole empty hallway. I pressed my ear against the door and listened. Nothing. Just the usual building sounds. Distant music from another apartment, someone's TV. I tried to coax Biscuit away from the door. I got his favorite toy, squeaked it. He didn't look. I offered him a treat. He didn't look. I walked to the kitchen and started preparing his dinner, which usually brings him running. He stayed exactly where he was, staring at the door. This was completely out of character. In 4 years, I'd never seen Biscuit act like this. I pulled out my phone and opened the pet camera app. If he'd been acting strange all day, maybe the footage would tell me why. I scrolled back to the morning, right after I'd left for work. For the first few hours, everything was normal. Biscuit slept on the couch until about 11 a.m., then moved to the sunny spot by the window. Standard Biscuit behavior. At 11:47 a.m., his head lifted. He looked toward the front door. His ears went forward. He stood up, walked to about 6 feet from the door, and sat down, facing it, just like how I'd found him when I got home. And then he just stayed there. I fast-forwarded through the footage, 11:47 a.m. to 12 p.m., sitting, staring, 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. sitting, staring, 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. sitting, staring. He didn't move, didn't lie down, didn't go to his water bowl. For over 6 hours, from 1:47 a.m. until I walked through the door at 6:15 p.m., Biscuit sat in that exact spot and stared at my apartment door. 6 hours. My dog, who can barely stay awake for 6 minutes, had been frozen in place for 6 hours. I felt a chill run down my spine. What could make a dog do that? What was he seeing or sensing that made him unable to look away? I rewound the footage to 11:47, the moment his behavior changed. I turned the volume up, listening carefully for anything that might have triggered his reaction. At 11 hours, 46 minutes, and 52 seconds, I heard it. A sound in the hallway, faint, but audible through the camera's audio. Footsteps. Someone walking down the hall. The footsteps stopped, right outside my door. From the sound of it, that's when Biscuit's head lifted. That's when he got up and took his position facing the door. The footsteps didn't continue. Whoever was out there had stopped outside my apartment. I watched Biscuit on the recording, watched him stare at the door with that tense, alert posture, and I listened. For the next 6 hours of footage, I heard them, not constantly, but periodically. Small sounds, a shuffle, a creak of the floorboard, the sound of fabric moving, like someone shifting their weight. Someone had been standing outside my door for 6 hours, from before noon until I came home. My mouth went dry. I looked at Biscuit, still sitting there, still watching the door. He knew. He'd known all day that someone was out there. I checked the peephole again. The hallway was empty now. Whoever had been there was gone, or at least not visible through the peephole anymore. I called building security. Told them I thought someone had been loitering outside my apartment. The security guard said he'd check the hallway cameras and call me back. He called back 15 minutes later. "Mr. Davis, I reviewed the footage from your floor today. There's something you should probably see." I went down to the security office. The guard, Marcus, pulled up the hallway camera footage on his monitors. "What time did you say this started?" he asked. "Around 11:47 this morning." He queued up the footage to 11:45 a.m. The hallway was empty. Then, at 11:46, someone entered the frame from the stairwell door. A man, average height, wearing a dark hoodie and jeans. He walked down the hallway slowly, looking at apartment numbers. He stopped in front of my door. My stomach dropped. The man stood there for a moment, just looking at my door. Then he reached out and tried the doorknob, slowly, carefully, testing to see if it was locked. It was locked. Thank God. It was locked. The man stood there for another few seconds. Then he reached into his pocket and pulled something out. I couldn't see what it was from the camera angle, but the way he was moving his hands suggested he was trying to pick the lock. "Jesus," I breathed. "It gets worse," Marcus said quietly. The man worked on my lock for maybe 2 minutes. Then he stopped, looked up and down the hallway, and did something that made my blood run cold. He sat down, right there in the hallway, his back against my apartment door, and he sat down, like he was waiting, like he had all day, and he did have all day. For the next 6 hours, the hallway footage showed him sitting outside my door. Sometimes he'd stand up, pace a little, try the doorknob again, but mostly he just sat there. At 6:13 p.m., 2 minutes before I got home, he finally stood up, looked at my door one more time, and walked away, back toward the stairwell. He was gone before Ivan got off the elevator. "Did you get a good look at his face?" I asked Marcus. Not really. The hoodie covered most of it and he kept his head down. But I've got the footage saved and I'm calling the police. This is serious, man. This guy was trying to break into your apartment, and when that didn't work, he waited, like he knew you'd come home eventually. The police came an hour later. They took statements, reviewed the footage, checked my door for signs of tampering. There were small scratches around the lock that I'd never noticed before. Fresh scratches. He was using lockpicks, one officer said. Not very good ones, from the looks of it, but he was definitely trying to get in. Good quality deadbolt you've got there. That's probably what stopped him. But why would he wait outside for 6 hours? I asked. What was he planning to do? The officers exchanged a look. Could be a lot of things. Maybe he thought you'd come home for lunch. Maybe he was casing the place, waiting to see your schedule. Maybe he was working up the nerve to force the door. Hard to say. Is there any way to find out who he is? We'll run the footage through our databases, see if he matches anyone in the system. We'll also increase patrols in this area and alert the building management. You should consider additional security measures, a camera for your door, maybe, or a security bar. After they left, I sat on my couch with Biscuit pressed against my legs. He'd finally relaxed once the police were in the apartment, like their presence made him feel safe. But he kept glancing at the door, still wary. You knew, I told him, scratching behind his ears. You knew someone was out there, and you watched the whole time. You were protecting us, weren't you? His tail wagged slightly. He licked my hand. I couldn't sleep that night. I kept thinking about that man outside my door. 6 hours, sitting there, waiting, trying to get in. What would have happened if he'd succeeded? What would have happened if I'd come home while he was still there? And Biscuit had known. For 6 entire hours, my goofy, lazy, friendly dog had maintained a vigilant watch. He'd stayed alert, stayed focused, ready to bark or defend if that door opened. The next day, I had additional locks installed, a chain lock, a security bar, and a new smart lock that sends alerts to my phone if anyone tampers with it. I also installed a camera pointed at my front door both inside and outside. The building sent an email to all residents about the incident, warning them to be vigilant and report any suspicious activity. Several neighbors came by to check on me, share their own security tips, tell me they'd keep an eye out. The police called 3 days later. They'd identified the man from the hallway footage. He had a record breaking and entering, burglary, assault. He'd been arrested twice before for similar incidents in other buildings. They'd issued a warrant for his arrest. They caught him a week later trying to break into an apartment 2 neighborhoods over. When they searched him, he had lockpicks, a knife, and a notebook with addresses written in it. My address was in that notebook. The detective told me I was lucky. Most people don't realize someone's targeting them until it's too late. Your dog saved you. If he hadn't alerted you to review that footage, we might not have connected this guy to your building until after he'd hit several more apartments. Biscuit became a minor celebrity in my building after that. Neighbors would stop me in the elevator to pet him, call him a hero, give him treats. The building management even wrote a nice article about him in the monthly newsletter. But Biscuit doesn't care about being a hero. He's back to his normal routine, sleeping 20 hours a day, greeting me enthusiastically when I get home, being his goofy self. Except for one thing. Now, every day around 11:47 a.m., I get a notification on my phone, not from the camera, from an alarm I set. I check the door camera feed at that time, every single day. I check to make sure the hallway is empty, to make sure no one is out there, waiting. And every time I check, I think about how Biscuit sat in that spot for 6 hours, never moving, never breaking his vigil, alert and protective even though no one was there to see it, even though no one was there to tell him he was doing a good job. He knew someone was outside that door. He knew that door was the only thing between us and danger, and he watched it for 6 hours. He watched it. I used to think Biscuit was just a lazy, goofy dog, who slept all day and loved everyone. And he is those things. But he's also more than that. He's a guardian, a protector, someone who takes his job seriously when it matters. That man never got through my door. The locks held, the building security responded, the police caught him. But even if all of that had failed, Biscuit was there, watching, waiting, ready. And now I know that when I leave for work each morning, I'm not just leaving behind a sleeping dog. I'm leaving behind someone who's watching over my home, who will notice if something's wrong, who will stay alert for as long as it takes. 6 hours seems like a long time, but for Biscuit, it was just part of the job. Just what Waith needed to do to keep us safe, and I'll never doubt him again. Something behind me. My husband Tom and I bought our first house last spring. It was a foreclosure, which meant we got it for a good price, but it also meant it came with some mysteries. The previous owner had apparently walked away from the mortgage during the financial crisis, and the bank had owned the property for almost 2 years before we bought it. The house was in decent shape considering it had been empty for so long. It needed cosmetic updates, new paint, new floors, some landscaping, but structurally it was solid. We were excited. First-time homeowners at 32, finally putting down roots. We moved in on a Saturday in April, and our beagle, Copper, came with us. He was 5 years old, a rescue we'd adopted 3 years earlier. Sweet dog, a little stubborn, obsessed with smells like all beagles are. He'd spent the first 2 years of his life in our apartment, so having a yard was going to be a whole new adventure for him. The first week in the new house was chaos. Boxes everywhere, furniture in the wrong rooms, trying to figure out where everything should go. Copper handled it pretty well, though he seemed confused about having so much space. He'd wander from room to room like he couldn't quite believe it was all ours. About 2 weeks after we moved in, Tom suggested we get a pet camera for the basement. We were finishing the basement as a rec room, and Copper liked to go down there during the day. Tom worried he might get into the paint supplies or tool sway had stored down there. We set up a basic camera in the corner of the basement, angled to capture most of the space. The basement was partially finished concrete floor, drywall on most of the walls, but still pretty bare bones. Our plan was to lay flooring and add furniture over the next few months. The first few days, the camera showed exactly what we expected. Copper would go down to the basement, sniff around, maybe chew on a toy we'd left down there, then come back upstairs. Normal dog behavior. Then, about a week after we installed the camera, Copper's behavior changed. I was at work when I got a motion alert from the camera. I opened the app and saw Copper in the basement, which wasn't unusual. But what was unusual was what he was doing. He was digging at the floor in the far corner of the basement, not casually pawing like dogs do sometimes, seriously digging. His front paws were scraping at the concrete, over and over, focused and determined. I watched for a few minutes, concerned. Copper had never been a digger, even in Orald apartment when he was bored. He never dug at carpet or scratched at walls. This was completely out of character. I called Tom. "Are you seeing this? Check the basement camera." He pulled it up. "What's he doing? Is he trying to dig through concrete?" "I don't know, but we need to stop him. He's going to hurt his paws." Tom left work early and went home to check on Copper. When he got there, he found Copper still in the basement, still digging at the same spot. His paws were dirty but no tingered, thankfully. Tom brought him upstairs, washed his paws, and tried to distract him with treats and toys. An hour later, Copper went right back down to the basement, right back to that corner, right back to digging. "There's something down there," Tom said when he called me. "He's fixated on that spot. He knows something is buried there. Buried in concrete? That doesn't make sense." "I know, but watch the camera. He's not randomly digging. He's digging at one specific spot, and he won't stop." I pulled up the feed. Tom was right. Copper was back at it, focused entirely on that corner. We watched him dig for another 20 minutes before Tom went down and physically carried him upstairs. That night, Tom and I stood in the basement, looking at the corner Copper had been attacking. "Should we break up the concrete?" I asked. "And find what? A bone? A toy? This is crazy. But what if there's something actually down there? What if the previous owner buried something?" Tom was skeptical, but Copper's behavior was so unusual that we couldn't ignore it. The next morning, Tom rented a concrete saw and some other tools. We decided we'd break up a small section of the floor in that corner, just to see what Copper was so interested in. It took most of Saturday, but we managed to cut through and remove a section of concrete about 2 feet square. Underneath was dirt, regular packed dirt, like you'd find under any basement floor. Copper watched us work from the basement stairs. The moment we pulled back the last piece of concrete, he rushed over, tail wagging, and started digging in the exposed dirt. "Okay, buddy," Tom said. "Let's see what you've been trying to tell us." We let Copper dig for a few minutes. Then we took over with a shovel. We dug down about 6 inches, then a foot, then 18 inches. We were about to give up when the shovel hit something solid. Not dirt, not rock. Something metal. Tom and I looked at each other. My heart was racing. We carefully cleared away the dirt, revealing a metal box. It was about the size of a large shoebox, made of steel, with a heavy padlock on it. "Oh my God," I whispered. Tom pulled the box out of the hole and set it on the basement floor. It was heavy, and when we shook it slightly, we could hear things shifting inside. The box was old, but not rusted. Someone had wrapped it in plastic before burying it, protecting it from moisture. Copper sniffed the box enthusiastically, tail wagging like he'd accomplished his mission. "Should we open it?" I asked. "I don't know. What if it's, I don't know, something bad?" "Like what? A body? It's too small for that, but it could be drugs or weapons or something illegal." We stared at the box. Part of me wanted to open it immediately. Part of me wanted to call the police and let them handle it. Tom made the decision. "We're calling the police. This was buried under our house by someone who didn't want it found. We need to do this by the book." He was right. We called the non-emergency line and explained the situation. The operator sounded skeptical at first. People find weird things in old houses all the time, but when Tom mentioned it was a locked metal box buried in concrete, she said she'd send an officer over. 2 officers arrived about 40 minutes later. We showed them the box, explained how Copper had led us to it, showed them the hole in the basement floor. The older officer, Officer Reeves, took photos and called for a detective. "This might be nothing," he said. "But given that this house was a foreclosure and the previous owner disappeared, we should be thorough." "Disappeared?" I said. "We were told he just walked away from the mortgage." "That's the story, yeah. But the truth is, nobody's heard from Marcus Wheeler since 2009. He stopped paying his mortgage, stopped showing up to work, just vanished. There was a brief investigation, but no evidence of foul play. Everyone assumed he just wanted to start over somewhere else. A detective named Sarah Chen arrived an hour later. She examined the box, asked us questions about how we'd found it, and took more photos. "We're going to need to open this," she said. "I can take it to the station and open it there, or we can open it here with your permission. Either way, if there's anything illegal or evidentiary inside, this becomes part of an investigation." "Open it here," Tom said. "This is our house. We want to know what was buried under it." Detective Chen used bolt cutters to cut through the padlock. She put on gloves, opened the lid carefully, and we all leaned in to see. Inside were USB drives, dozens of them, maybe 50 or 60, all labeled with dates and names, each one in a small plastic bag. "What the hell?" Tom muttered. Detective Chen picked up one of the drives carefully. The label read, "Johnson, T03 divided by 15 divided by 08. She looked at the other drives. Different names, different dates, all from 2007 to 2009. I need to take these, she said. This could be evidence of a crime. What kind of crime? I asked. I don't know yet, but someone went to a lot of trouble to hide these, and given that the homeowner disappeared around the same time these drives were dated, I'd say there's a connection. The police took the box and all the drives. They thanked us for calling them, told us they'd be in touch, and said we should fill in the hole in our basement floor but not to do any other renovation work down there until they cleared it. For the next week, we heard nothing. Copper went back to normal behavior, seemingly satisfied now that the box was gone. He stopped going to the basement entirely, like he'd completed his mission. Then Detective Chen called and asked if she could come by to talk to us. She arrived the next evening with Officer Reeves. We sat in our living room, and she explained what they'd found. Marcus Wheeler was conducting illegal surveillance, she said. The USB drives contained hidden camera footage of people in their homes. At least 40 different victims that we've identified so far. Wheeler was an IT contractor who did home security installations. He'd install cameras for his clients, but he'd also install hidden cameras in bedrooms, bathrooms, private areas. Then he'd record them without their knowledge. I felt sick. He was spying on people for years. Some of the footage goes back to 2006. He had cameras in dozens of homes across 3 counties. We're still identifying all the victims. Why did he bury the drives? Tom asked. We think someone found out. One of the drives is labeled Stewart M., the 12th of September 2009, and it contains footage of a confrontation. Marcus Stewart discovered a hidden camera in his daughter's bedroom and confronted Wheeler. The footage ends with Stewart threatening to go to the police. Wheeler disappeared 3 days later. So he buried the evidence and ran? That's our theory. He probably planned to come back for it eventually. Or maybe he just wanted it hidden in case the police searched his house. But he never came back. We're working with the FBI now to try to locate him. And the people he recorded? The victims? We're contacting them all. It's going to be a long process. Some of them didn't even know Wheeler had been in their homes. He had keys. He'd go in while they were at work. This is a massive case. After Detective Chen left, Tom and I sat in silence for a long time. Our house, I finally said. This happened in our house. Wheeler didn't live here when he did most of the surveillance, Tom said. He bought this place in 2008, near the end of it. He probably thought it was a good place to hide evidence. I can't believe Copper found it. How did he even know? We looked at Copper, asleep on the couch. He'd somehow detected those drives through concrete and dirt. He'd known something was wrong, something was hidden, and he'd refused to give up until we found it. The case made news a few weeks later when the FBI announced they'd arrested Marcus Wheeler in Mexico. He'd been living under a fake name, working as an IT consultant at a resort. The buried USB drives were the key evidence that broke the case open. They proved the scope of his crimes and identified all his victims. We were called as witnesses, had to testify about how we'd found the drives. The media wanted to interview us, talk about Copper, the hero dog who'd uncovered a massive surveillance operation. We declined most of the interviews. We just wanted to move on. But we couldn't ignore what had happened. Those drives had been under our house. That man had lived here, had buried evidence of his crimes in our basement, and had disappeared before facing justice. We thought about moving, starting over somewhere else, somewhere without that story. But then we'd think about Copper, about how he'd found something that helped 40 victims get justice, how he'd been part of bringing a criminal to justice. So we stayed. We finished the basement, laid new floor over where the box had been buried. We turned it into a nice rec room, just like we'd planned, and we installed a small plaque down there that reads, "In honor of Copper, who knew something was wrong and wouldn't let it go." Copper still doesn't go to the basement much. He'll wander down occasionally, sniff around, but he doesn't stay long. It's like he knows his work there is done. The trial happened 6 months later. Wheeler was convicted on 43 counts off illegal surveillance, invasion of privacy, and a handful of other charges. He got 25 years. The victims testified, told their stories of violation and fear, and our part of the story, how the evidence was found, was a key piece of the case. One of the victims reached out to us after the trial. Her name was Lisa, and Wheeler had installed cameras in her home in 2008, including in her teenage daughter's bedroom. "I want to thank your dog," she wrote in her email. "We've spent years feeling violated, feeling like we'd never get justice. When the police called and said they had evidence that someone had found Wheeler's recordings, it felt like a miracle. Your dog gave us closure. He gave us justice. Please give him a treat from me." We gave Copper many treats. We also got him a fancy new bed and a personalized tag that reads, "Copper, the good boy who solved a crime." Looking back, it's surreal. We bought a foreclosure, moved into our first house, and our dog immediately knew something was wrong. He could smell those drives, or sense them, or whatever dogs do that we don't understand. He knew they needed to be found, and because of him, 43 people got justice. A predator was caught. Evidence that had been buried and forgotten was brought to light. Sometimes I think about what would have happened if we hadn't gotten that pet camera. We might have just thought Copper was being weird, might have stopped him from digging without investigating why. The drives would still be down there, buried under our basement floor, and Wheeler would still be free in Mexico. But we did get the camera. We did watch the footage. We did listen to what Copper was trying to tell us, and that made all the difference. People ask me sometimes if it bothers me, knowing what was buried under our house, knowing the history of this place, and honestly, it doesn't. Because now the history isn't about what Wheeler hid here. It's about what Copper found. It's about how a stubborn beagle with a good nose helped bring a criminal to justice. That's the story of our house now. That's what we tell people when they ask about the plaque in the basement. This is the house where Copper solved a crime. This is the house where buried secrets came to light. This is the house where a dog's instinct changed 43 lives. And we're proud to live here. They adopted Luna from the Riverside Veterinary Clinic 3 months ago. They weren't technically a shelter, but they sometimes had animals available for adoption, strays they'd treated, pets whose owners couldn't keep them, that sort of thing. Luna was listed as a 2-year-old domestic shorthair, gray with green eyes, in perfect health, free to a good home. The clinic coordinator, a woman named Patricia, seemed almost too eager for me to take Luna. She gave me all the paperwork, the vaccination records, a carrier, even a bag of premium cat food. No adoption fee, no home visit, no real questions about whether I'd be a good fit. Just sign here, and the cat is yours. I thought I was lucky. Luna was beautiful, calm, well-behaved. She settled into my apartment immediately. No hiding under the bed, no nervous behavior. Within hours, she was exploring every room like she owned the place. I set up a pet camera in my living room because I work long hours as a paralegal, and I wanted to check on her during the day, make sure she was adjusting okay, not getting into trouble, normal new pet owner stuff. The first week, Luna's behavior was completely normal. She'd sleep in sunny spots, play with the toys I'd bought her, use her litter box without issues. Perfect cat. Then I started noticing the patterns. It began with the objects. I'd come home and find things moved. Small things. A penin. My coffee table would be at the edge instead of the center. My TV remote would bear rotate at 90 degrees. A book on my shelf would be pulled out slightly, perfectly aligned with another book on a different shelf. I thought I was imagining it at first. Maybe I'd moved things myself and forgotten. But then I checked the pet camera footage. Luna was moving them. Deliberately. Carefully. She'd pick up a pen in her mouth, carry it to a specific location, and set it down with precision. She'd nudge the remote with her paw until it was at the exact angle she wanted. She'd pull books out until they aligned in ways that seemed mathematically precise. It wasn't random cat behavior. It was purposeful, geometric, like she was arranging things according to some kind of system. I watched hours of footage. Luna would spend minutes at a time positioning objects, then sit back and stare at her arrangements. Sometimes she'd adjust one thing, then another, like she was solving a puzzle only she could see. The second pattern was her sitting positions. Luna would sit in specific spots around my apartment at specific times: corner of the coffee table at 3:14 p.m., center of the kitchen floor at 7:22 a.m., on top of the bookshelf at 9:47 p.m., always the exact same spots, always at the exact same times, down to the minute. And when she sat, she'd face specific directions: north-northeast from the comfortable, due west from the kitchen, 17 degrees off south from the bookshelf. I actually measured it with a compass because the precision was that obvious. The third pattern was the sounds. Luna would meow in sequences. Not normal meowing structured patterns. 3 short meows. 2 long. 1 short. Pause. Repeat. Or 5 short. 3 long, 5 short. The sequences would change daily. But within a day, she'd repeat the same pattern exactly. I started documenting everything: the object positions, the sitting locations, the meow sequences. I'm a paralegal. I'm trained to notice details, to find patterns in information, and Luna's behavior was screaming pattern at me. After 2 weeks of documentation, I called the Riverside Veterinary Clinic. I asked to speak with Patricia about Luna's medical history. "Oh, Luna." Patricia's voice brightened. "How's she adjusting?" "She's fine. Healthy. But she has some unusual behaviors I wanted to ask about." "Do you know anything about her background before she came to you?" There was a pause. "Just what's in her file." "She was brought in as a stray, treated for minor dehydration, and cleared for adoption." "Why?" "She does these very specific things. Arranges objects, sits in precise locations at exact times, makes patterned sounds. It's almost like she's been trained to do something, but I can't figure out what." Another pause, longer this time. "That's interesting. I haven't heard a behavior like that. Is it causing problems?" "No, not problems. It's just strange." "Is there any way to find out more about where she came from?" "I can check with the staff. Let me call you back." She didn't call back. Not that day, not that week. When I called again, Patricia said she'd asked around, but no one remembered anything specific about Luna. Just a stray they treated. Nothing unusual. But I didn't believe her. The eagerness to adopt Luna out, the lack of follow-up, the way Patricia's voice changed when I described Luna's behavior, something was off. I decided to do some digging. The vaccination records Patricia had given me listed the attending veterinarian as Dr. Richard Henley. I looked him up online. Dr. Henley had worked at Riverside for 8 years but had left abruptly 6 months ago. No forwarding information, no new practice listed, just gone. I found his name on some research papers. He'd published several studies on animal cognition and behavior through the University of Chicago's veterinary research program. His most recent paper, from 3 years ago, was titled Spatial Pattern Recognition in Domestic Felines, a Preliminary Study. My stomach dropped. Spatial patterns, that's what Luna was doing, recognizing and creating spatial patterns. I searched for more information about Dr. Henley's research but found almost nothing recent. No publications in the last 3 years, no conference presentations, no university affiliation listed, like he'd stopped researching publicly. But then I found something interesting. A small news article from 18 months ago in a local paper. The headline, University Terminates Veterinary Research Program After Ethics Concerns. The article was brief. The University of Chicago had shut down an animal cognition research program after questions were raised about the treatment of research animals and the scope of the experiments. No criminal charges were filed, but several researchers had been dismissed and all ongoing studies were terminated. Dr. Richard Henley was named as one of the lead researchers. The program had been shut down, the research had been stopped, and 6 months later, Dr. Henley left the Riverside Clinic, and Luna became available for adoption. I felt sick. Luna wasn't just a stray, she was a research subject. They'd been studying her, training her, teaching her to recognize patterns. And when the program was shut down, they'd quietly adopted her out rather than, what? Admitting she was part of a terminated study. Dealing with the paperwork, I called the University of Chicago's veterinary department. After being transferred 3 times, I reached someone in the research ethics office. I explained that I'd adopted a cat who appeared to have been part of a research program, and I wanted information about what had been done to her. The woman on the phone was professional, but cagey. I can't discuss specific research protocols without proper authorization. If you believe your animal was part of a terminated study, you'd need to file a formal inquiry with documentation. Can you at least tell me what the research involved, what they were studying? A long pause. The program that was terminated involved advanced cognitive training in domestic animals, pattern recognition, spatial reasoning, problem solving. The concerns were about the intensity and duration of the training protocols, not about physical mistreatment. So the animals weren't hurt? Not physically, no. But the training was extensive. Some of the animals showed signs of compulsive behavior after the program ended. They had been conditioned to perform certain tasks, and they couldn't stop performing them even when the training ceased. Compulsive behavior, like arranging objects and sitting in specific spots and meowing in patterns. What happened to the animals when the program ended? I asked. They were supposed to be placed in normal home environments with monitoring, follow-up care, behavioral assessment, that sort of thing, to see if they'd return to normal behavior over time. And did they return to normal? I don't have that information. The follow-up study was never completed. I hung up feeling betrayed. Luna had been part of an experiment. They taught her to do these things, conditioned her so thoroughly that she couldn't stop, and then they'd just given her away. No disclosure, no follow-up, no explanation. I called the Riverside Clinic again. This time I didn't ask politely. I demanded to speak with whoever was in charge. I got a doctor, Sarah Voss, one of the senior veterinarians. I know Luna was part of Dr. Henley's research program, I said without preamble. I know about the university study. I know it was terminated, and I know you adopted out research animals without telling people their history. Silence on the other end. I want to know what was done to my cat, I continued. I want to know what you trained her to do and why she can't stop doing it. I can't discuss Dr. Henley's work, Dr. Voss said carefully. He conducted his research independently through the university. The clinic wasn't involved. But you knew. You knew when you gave her to me. Another pause. We thought she'd be fine. She was healthy, well socialized, good with people. The behavioral quirks were harmless. We thought a home environment would be better for her than what? Than the alternatives. When the program was shut down, there were protocols for handling the research animals, continued observation, potential euthanasia if they couldn't adapt. We thought adoption was kinder. You thought adoption without disclosure was kinder. We couldn't explain without getting into the research details, and we were bound by confidentiality agreements. Dr. Henley made us sign documents when he left. We're not allowed to discuss his work. I don't care about your confidentiality agreements. What did he do to Luna? Dr. Voss sighed. He was studying whether cats could be trained to recognize and duplicate complex spatial patterns. He believed domestic animals had far more cognitive capacity than we understood. Luna was one of his most successful subjects. She learned to identify geometric relationships, temporal patterns, directional orientations. The goal was to prove that cats could be trained to a level approaching human problem-solving in certain domains. And why won't she stop? because the training was reinforced thousands of times over 18 months. It's not just learned behavior anymore, it's ingrained. She performs these patterns because her brain is wired to see patterns now. She can't turn it off. I felt anger arising in my chest. So you took a normal cat and broke her brain, and then you gave her to me without warning me? We didn't break her. She's fully functional, healthy, happy. She just has quirks. Quirks that come from experimental conditioning you didn't disclose. We thought it was better than the alternative. What alternative? Dr. Voss didn't answer. I hung up. I was furious, but I was also stuck. What could I do? Return Luna? She was already bonded to me, and I was attached to her. Report the clinic for what they'd technically given me a healthy cat. Sue someone? On what grounds? I decided to contact Dr. Henley directly. It took 2 weeks of searching, but I finally found an email address through an old university directory. I sent him a message explaining that I'd adopted Luna and asking for information about her training. He replied 2 days later. I'm sorry you were brought into this without proper context. Luna was part of a groundbreaking study that was unfortunately terminated prematurely. She learned to recognize spatial and temporal patterns at a level we'd never seen in felines. The behaviors you're seeing are the result of 18 months of cognitive training designed to enhance her natural abilities. The university shut down the program because they felt the training intensity was ethically questionable. But no animals were harmed. Luna was thriving during the study. She enjoyed the work. The patterns she creates are her way of engaging with her environment now that she has the skills we taught her. I wanted to continue monitoring all the subjects, but I was prohibited from doing so as part of the shutdown agreement. I'm glad to hear Luna is healthy and in a good home. She's a remarkable animal, and what she learned can't be unlearned. But she's not suffering. She's using abilities that most cats don't have. If you have specific concerns, I'm happy to answer questions, though I'm limited in what I can discuss due to ongoing legal matters. I wrote back asking what Luna was trying to accomplish with her patterns. Were they meaningful? Was she trying to communicate something? His response was cryptic. That's the question we never got to answer. We taught her to recognize patterns, but we also observed her creating patterns we didn't teach her. We don't know if she's simply practicing what she learned, or if she's discovered something we didn't anticipate. That was going to be phase 2 of the study. I stared at that email for a long time. Luna wasn't just repeating trained behaviors. She was creating new patterns. Patterns they didn't teach her, which means she's doing something else. Something we don't understand. I watch her now with different eyes. When she arranges objects on my coffee table, I wonder what she's calculating. When she sits in precise locations at exact times, I wonder what she's measuring. When she meows in sequences, I wonder what she's sex-pressing. I've tried to document what she does, to see if I can decode it. I've photographed hair object arrangements, mapped her sitting positions, recorded her meowing patterns. I've looked for mathematical relationships, geometric principles, anything that might explain what she's doing. And I found some things. The object arrangements sometimes align with astronomical positions, books pulled out at angles that match planetary orbits. The sitting locations correspond to magnetic field lines that run through my apartment. The meow sequences match prime number intervals. But I don't know if I'm seeing real patterns. We're just imagining them. I don't know if Luna's doing something meaningful, or if her brain is just running algorithms she waste-trained to run. Dr. Henley won't answer my emails anymore. The clinic won't discuss it. The university says the research is sealed due to litigation. I'm left with a cat who may or may not be trying to tell me something I don't have the ability to understand. Sometimes I wonder if the university shut down the research not because it wasn't ethical, but because they discovered something they didn't want to acknowledge. Something about what animals are capable of, what consciousness really means, what happens when you teach an animal to see the world in patterns humans barely understand. Luna is healthy. Luna is happy. Luna is loved, but Luna is also something else, something more than a pet, something that exists in the space between animal and something we don't have a name for. And I'll never know the full story. I'll never know what they really did to her, or what she's really doing now. I just know that every day, she performs her patterns. She arranges, she positions, she vocalizes, and somewhere, in all of that behavior, there might be meaning. There might be intelligence operating at a level I can't access. Or it might just be a cat with compulsive behaviors left over from an experiment that went too far. I don't know which possibility disturbs me more. All I know is that when I check the pet camera during the day and see Luna sitting in her precise position, facing her exact direction, at her specific time, I can't shake the feeling that she's working on something. Something they taught her to start. Something she hasn't finished yet. And I'm not sure I want to know what happens when she does. From my childhood me. Mother died last November. She was 73, and it was cancer, and we had time to say goodbye. As far as these things go, it was as peaceful as we could have hoped for, but that doesn't make going through her belongings any easier. I'm an only child, so the task of clearing out her house fell entirely to me. She'd lived in the same house for 40 years, the house I grew up in. Every closet, every drawer, every corner of the attic was filled with memories. Baby clothes, report cards, photo albums, old toys, decades of accumulated life. I'd been putting off the attic. It was November in Michigan, freezing cold, and the attic wasn't heated. But I finally forced myself up there on a gray Saturday afternoon. I needed to get through it before the estate sale. The attic was exactly as I remembered from childhood, dusty, dim, filled with box of sand furniture covered in old sheets, Christmas decorations, old suitcases, broken lamps my mother could never bring herself to throw away. I started sorting methodically. Keep, donate, trash. In the far corner, under a stack of old blankets, I found a cardboard box labeled Maggie 1998 in my mother's handwriting. Maggie was our golden retriever when I was 10 years old. She died when I was 12, and I'd cried for weeks. My mother had saved some of her things, collar, favorite toys, photos. But at the bottom of the box was something I didn't recognize. A stack of VHS tapes, maybe 10 or 12 of them, each labeled with dates from 1998. Puppy Cam, July 3, 1998. Puppy Cam, the 17th of July, 1998. And so on, through that summer. Puppy Cam. I had a vague memory of my mother setting up a video camera to record Maggie when we got her as a puppy. This was before pet cameras were a thing, before you could check on your pets from your phone. My mom had bought a camcorder and would set it up on a tripod to record Maggie when we went out. I smiled at the memory. My mother had been worried about leaving Maggie alone, wanted to make sure she wasn't anxious or getting into trouble, so she'd record her. It was sweet. Very typical of my mother to have kept these tapes for 25 years. I took the box downstairs. I didn't have a VCR anymore, who does? But I knew my mother had one in the basement, hooked up to an old TV she'd never gotten rid of. I brought the box down, plugged in the TV and VCR, and loaded the first tape. The video quality was exactly what you'd expect from 1998. Grainy, washed out colors. The timestamp burned into the bottom corner. The camera was positioned in our living room, pointed at the area where Maggie's bed was. I could see our old couch, the coffee table, part of the hallway leading to the bedrooms. And there was Maggie, 8 weeks old, tiny and golden and perfect, sleeping and herbed. I felt tears spring to my eyes. I'd loved that dog so much. Seeing her as a puppy again, even in grainy VHS footage, brought back a flood of memories. I watched for a few minutes. Maggie slept, woke up, played with a toy, went back to sleep. Standard puppy behavior. The tape ran for about 2 hours before it ended. I loaded the second tape, dated a week later. Same setup. Maggie a little bigger now, a little more energetic. She played, explored, napped. I smiled watching her. About 40 minutes into the tape, I noticed something in the background, in the hallway, just at the edge of the frame. A shadow, or what looked like a shadow. It moved briefly, then disappeared. I rewound the tape and watched again. There, for just a second, something crossed the hallway behind Maggie, something that looked like a person's legs. My heart rate picked up. My parents would have been at work when this was filmed. I would have been at school. No one should have been home. I told myself it was just a shadow, a trick of the light, the poor video quality making me see things that weren't there. But I kept watching. 10 minutes later, it happened again. More clearly this time. Someone walked past the hallway entrance, just their legs visible in the frame, but definitely a person, wearing what looked like jeans and sneakers. I paused the tape, my hands shaking. Someone had been in our house. In 1998, while my family was gone, someone had been walking through our home. I fast-forwarded through the rest of the tape. The figure appeared 3 more times. Always just the legs. Always just passing through the hallway. Never coming fully into the frame. Never approaching Maggie. Just there, walking through our house like they belonged there. I ejected the tape and loaded the next one. The 17th of July, 1998. About 30 minutes in, there they were again. The legs, walking past the hallway. My mouth was dry. This wasn't one incident. This was multiple days. Someone had been in our house repeatedly that summer, and we'd never known. I started going through the tapes systematically, watching for the figure. They appeared in every single tape, sometimes multiple times per tape, sometimes just passing through, sometimes lingering just out of frame for minutes at a time. On the tape from July 24th, the person's full torso came into view for a moment. A man. I could see his upper body, his arms, his hands. He was just standing in the hallway, looking toward the living room, looking at the camera, like he knew it was there. My stomach turned. He knew about the camera. He'd seen it, and he'd been careful to stay mostly out of frame. The last tape in the box was dated the 8th of August, 1998. I loaded it with trembling hands. This tape was different. The figure appeared much earlier, only 10 minutes in, and this time he didn't stay in the hallway. He walked into the living room, fully visible now. A man, maybe mid-30s, wearing jeans and a dark t-shirt, average height, brown hair. I didn't recognize him. He walked around our living room slowly, looking at things, picking up objects and setting them down. He stood in front of the bookshelf and pulled out a book, one of mine. I could see the colorful cover flip through it, put it back. Then he walked toward the camera. He stopped about 3 feet from it and just stood there staring directly into the lens. His face was fully visible now, and I didn't know him. I had absolutely no idea who this man was. He stood there for almost a minute, just staring. Then he reached out, and the screen went black. He covered the camera lens with something. The tape continued for another hour, but there was no video, just audio. I could hear footsteps, doors opening and closing, the sound of drawers being opened. He'd been going through our things, through our home, for an hour or more, while that camera recorded nothing but darkness. When the video came back, when he uncovered the lens, the living room looked exactly the same. He'd put everything back, left no trace. If my mother had watched this tape back then, she would have just seen the video cut out and assumed it was a technical problem. But I was watching it now, 25 years later, and I could see what had really happened. Someone had been entering our home, repeatedly, all summer, walking through our house, looking at our things, watching us through the evidence we'd left behind. I sat in my mother's basement staring at the frozen image of this man's face on the TV screen. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold the remote. I needed to call the police. This was evidence of a crime. Even if it happened 25 years ago, someone had been stalking us, breaking into our house, and my mother had never known, or had she? I thought about how quickly we'd moved that fall. I'd always been told it was because my father got a job transfer. We'd left that house in October 1998, just 2 months after these tapes were recorded. Moved 3 hours away to a new city, a new house, a new school for me. At the time, I'd been upset about leaving my friends, but my parents had been insistent. We had to move. It was important. It was for my father's career. But what if that wasn't the real reason? What if my mother had seen these tapes? What if she'd known someone was getting into our house, and instead of calling the police, she'd convinced my father to move, to get us away from whoever this was? I went back upstairs and searched through my mother's papers. I was looking for anything from 1,998 police reports, security system contracts, anything that might indicate she'd known about the break-ins. I found a folder labeled Old House in her filing cabinet. Inside were the mortgage documents from that house, some utility bills, and a handwritten note on a piece of paper that had yellowed with age. The note was in my mother's handwriting. It said, "Called police the 10th of August 2098. Officer Mills. Report #98 to 4000. 472. Said will patrol area Butte advised installing security system. Called locksmith. Changed all locks the 12th of August 2098. Tape hidden. Steve doesn't know. Don't want to scare him or Emma. Watching carefully. If it happens again, we leave." My mother had known. She'd seen the tapes. She'd called the police and changed the locks, and she'd never told my father or me. She'd protected us quietly, without letting us know there was anything to be afraid of. And then we'd moved, which meant it had happened again. After the locks were changed somehow, this man had still found a way in, and my mother had made the decision to get us out. I found the police report number and called the local police department. I explained that I was trying to follow up on a report from 1,998, that I'd found video evidence of a break-in at my childhood home. They were skeptical at first. It was 25 years old, but when I mentioned I had video footage of the intruder, they agreed to send someone over. Detective Sarah Park arrived 2 hours later. I showed her the tapes, explained about finding them in my mother's attic, showed her my mother's note. She watched the footage with an increasingly serious expression. "Do you recognize this man?" she asked, pausing on the frame where his face was clearly visible. "No, I've never seen him before in my life." "And your mother never told you about this?" "Never. I didn't know until today." Detective Park took photos of the screen, showing the man's face. She took the tapes as evidence and promised to look into it. "I'm going to be honest with you," she said. 25 years is a long time. Even if we identify this man, the statute of limitations for breaking and entering has passed. Unless we can connect him to something more serious, there's not much we can prosecute. I just want to know who he was, why he was in our house. I understand. I'll do what I can." She called me 3 days later. She'd run the man's face through facial recognition databases and had gotten a hit. His name was David Corrigan. He died in 2003, 5 years after the break-ins. Car accident. No suspicious circumstances. Before his death, he'd been arrested twice for stalking and once for trespassing. He'd never done serious time, just probation and restraining orders. We pulled his old arrest records, Detective Park told me. In 2000, he was arrested for stalking a woman in Indiana. When they searched his apartment, they found photographs of multiple women and their families, surveillance-type photos, taken from a distance. He'd been following them, documenting their lives. The task force suspected he'd been doing it for years, but they could only prove the one case. Was my mother one of them? One of the women he was following? We don't know. The photos from 2000 are still in evidence, but we'd need to request them from Indiana, and they're not digitized. It would take time. But it's possible. It's possible. The timeline fits. He was active in your area in the late 90s. He had the skill set. He knew how to pick locks, how to enter homes without leaving obvious traces. Your mother's case fits his pattern. I felt sick. This man had been stalking us, stalking my mother, coming into our house when we were gone, touching our things, watching recordings of our dog to figure out our schedule. And my mother had dealt with it alone, had protected us without ever telling us we were in danger. Your mother did the right thing, Detective Park said gently. She documented it, called the police, changed the locks, and when that wasn't enough, she moved. She got you away from him. A lot of stalking victims don't take it seriously enough. Your mother did. After she hung up, I sat in my mother's house, the house that had been her safe place for 40 years, the house she'd fled to in 1998, and I cried. I cried for my mother, who'd carried this secret fear for the rest of her life. I cried for 10-year-old me, who'd been upset about moving and never knew it was to keep me safe. I cried for Maggie, our innocent puppy, who'd been recorded as evidence of a stalker's presence. I found more evidence of my mother's vigilance as I continued clearing the house. An alarm system that she'd maintained for decades. Multiple locks on every door. Windows that were always locked, even in summer. Security cameras installed around the property in the early 2000s. As soon as the technology became affordable, she'd never stopped being careful, never stopped protecting us. Even after David Corrigan died in 2003, she'd maintained her security because she knew how vulnerable we'd been, how close he'd come. I also found a journal from 1998. My mother's handwriting filled page after page with observations. Times she'd noticed things moved, doors that had been opened. The feeling of being watched. She documented everything for months before she finally set up the video camera and confirmed her fears. In the last entry, dated the 15th of October 1998, right after we moved, she wrote, "New house. Fresh start. Emma is upset about leaving her friends, but she'll adjust. Steve is happy about the promotion. I'm just relieved. I watch Emma play in the backyard and I know I made the right choice. I couldn't stay in that house knowing he could come back. Couldn't risk it. Some secrets are worth keeping if they keep your family safe. Emma will never need to know how close we came, how many times he was there, in our home, while we slept down the hall. She'll never need to carry that fear. I'll carry it for her. My mother carried that fear for 23 more years. She kept those tapes hidden. She never told me, never burdened me with the knowledge that we'd been hunted, and she never watched them again. I could tell from the dust on the box, from the way they were packed. She'd hidden them after we moved and never looked back, but she'd kept them because they were proof, because if something ever happened, if David Corrigan ever found us again, she'd have evidence. She'd have his face on tape, his presence documented. She'd kept them to protect us, even from beyond the grave. I had the tapes digitized and gave copies to the police. They said they'd add the footage to David Corrigan's case file, would try to determine if there were other victims, other families he'd stalked. Maybe my mother's tapes would help bring closure to someone else. I kept one copy for myself. I don't watch it. It sits in a safe deposit box at my bank, along with my mother's note and her journal entries from that summer. Evidence of the threat she faced. Evidence of how she protected us. Sometimes I think about those summer months in 1998. How I'd been 10 years old, worried about nothing more serious than what to do during summer vacation. How I'd played with Maggie in that living room, completely unaware that a man had been standing in our hallway hours earlier. Completely unaware that my mother was quietly fighting to keep us safe. She never told me. She carried it alone. And when I was old enough to understand, when I was an adult who could have shared that burden, she still didn't tell me. She decided I didn't need to know. that some childhood memories should stay innocent. I'm grateful for that, but I'm also heartbroken, because now she's gone, and I can't tell her that I know, can't tell her that I understand what she did for us, can't thank her for the fear she carried so I wouldn't have to. All I can do is remember that summer. Remember Maggie. Remember the house we left behind and the reasons we left it. And remember my mother, who saw evil walking through her home on grainy VH tapes. And instead of breaking down, instead of panicking, she took action. She documented. She reported. She changed the locks. And when that wasn't enough, she moved us to safety. That's what the puppy cam showed me. Not just an intruder, not just a threat we escaped. It showed me my mother's strength, her quiet, fierce love, her willingness to carry fear and secrets and vigilance, all to keep us safe. I'm clearing out her house now, preparing it for sale. I'm installing new security cameras, the modern kind, the kind you can check from your phone. Not for me, I don't live here anymore. For whoever buys this house, because my mother would want them to be safe. She'd want them to have the same protection she gave us. And every time I check those cameras, every time I see the empty rooms and quiet hallways, I think about her, about what she saw, about what she survived, about the puppy cam from my childhood, and the terrible secret it kept for 25 years. A secret my mother carried alone so I wouldn't have to. That's love. That's what it means to protect your child, and I'll never forget it. I'm a software engineer. I specialize in data analysis and pattern recognition. I build algorithms that find anomalies in massive data sets. It's what I do for a living, and I'm good at it, really good at it. So when I started experiencing memory gaps and unexplained anxiety, my first instinct was to treat it like a data problem. Document everything, find the pattern, identify the anomaly. I wish I hadn't. Some patterns are better left undiscovered. This started about 8 months ago. I work from home, have for the past 3 years. I live alone in a 2-bedroom condo with my dog, Atlas. He's a 3-year-old German Shepherd mix, my constant companion, my office mate during the endless Zoom calls that define my work life. I installed a pet camera about a year ago. Nothing fancy, just a basic model with motion detection and cloud storage. I wanted to make sure Atlas was okay during times I had to leave the house for meetings or errands. The camera runs constantly, uploading footage to the cloud, storing it for 6 months before auto-deletion. For the first few months, I barely looked at the footage. Atlas was fine. He slept, played with his toys. He stared out the window. Normal dog stuff. The camera was just peace of mind. Then the anxiety started. It came out of nowhere. I'd be working at my desk and suddenly feel this wave of dread wash over me. My heart would race. My hands would shake. And I'd have this overwhelming sense that something was wrong. But I couldn't identify what. Nothing in my life had changed. Work was fine. Finances were stable. Health was good. There was no reason for this anxiety. But it kept happening. 2 or 3 times a week. Sometimes more. The attacks would last anywhere from 15 minutes to an hour. I'd have to stop working, try to breathe through it, wait for it to pass. I saw my doctor. She ran blood tests, checked my thyroid, asked about stress levels. Everything came back normal. She suggested therapy, thought it might be generalized anxiety disorder. I started seeing a therapist twice a week. The therapy helped a little, but the anxiety didn't go away. And then I started noticing the memory gaps. Small things at first. I'd find my coffee mug in the living room when I was certain I'd left it in my office. I'd discover that I'd sent emails I didn't remember writing. I'd check my search history and find queries I didn't recall making. Then bigger things. One day I found dirt under my fingernails, even though I hadn't been outside. Another time I woke up exhausted even though I'd apparently slept 9 hours. My fitness tracker showed I'd walked over 5,000 steps inside my condo during a time I had no memory of. I started documenting everything. I kept detailed logs of my activities, cross-referenced with my calendar, my computer activity, my phone usage, and that's when I found the pattern. Every 3 to 5 days there were gaps. 15 minutes here, 45 minutes there. Periods where I couldn't account for my time. My computer would be locked, my phone would show no activity, but my fitness tracker would register movement. I was doing something during those gaps, but I had absolutely no memory of it. That's when I remembered the pet camera. If I was moving around during those lost periods, Atlas would be in the frame. The camera would have recorded whatever I was doing. I sat down at my computer on a Tuesday evening and pulled up 6 months OFF-archived pet camera footage. The cloud storage had everything, organized by date and time. I started building a database, tagging every instance of my appearance in the frame, timestamping my activities, creating a comprehensive log of my behavior, patterns. It took me 3 days of non-stop work. I wrote a script to scan the footage, using motion detection and facial recognition, flagging any anomalies. I created visualizations, tracking my movements and behaviors over time, and then I ran the analysis. The results made my blood run cold. There were 47 instances over 6 months where I appeared in the pet camera footage during times I had no memory of. The gaps ranged from 12 minutes to 2 hours and 17 minutes, and my behavior during those gaps was disturbing. In the earliest footage, from 6 months ago, I was just standing. I'd be in the middle of the living room, completely still, facing the wall. Atlas would be watching me, head tilted, confused. I'd stand there for 10, 15, 20 minutes. Then I'd blink, shake me head like I was waking up, and walk back to my office. I had zero memory of any of this. As the months progressed, the behavior escalated. In the footage from 5 months ago, I was walking in circles around my living room, not aimlessly precise circles, the same path over and over, for nearly an hour. Atlas followed me at first, then gave up and just watched from his bed. 4 months ago, I was rearranging furniture, moving the couch a few inches, then moving it back, adjusting picture frames on the wall, opening and closing the blinds repeatedly, all with this blank expression on my face, like I was sleepwalking. 3 months ago, I was in the kitchen, opening and closing cabinet doors, over and over, methodically, every cabinet in sequence. Then I'd start over. I did this for 43 minutes. 2 months ago, I was talking. I could see my mouth moving, see myself gesturing like I was having a conversation, but there was no one there. I was alone in the living room, talking animatedly to empty air for over an hour. Atlas was barking at me, clearly distressed, but I didn't react to him at all. The most recent footage, from 2 weeks ago, was the worst. I was doing something that looked almost ritualistic. I'd arranged objects on the coffee table books, remote controls, coasters in specific patterns. Then I'd sit and stare at them for several minutes. Then I'd rearrange them. Over and over, different patterns, different configurations. This went on for 2 hours and 17 minutes. And through all of this, my face was blank, empty, like I was a robot going through programmed motions. Not sleeping, my eyes were open. Not conscious, there was no awareness in my expression. I was there, but I wasn't there. I watched every second of footage with growing horror. How had I not noticed this? How had I lost all this time and just assumed it was normal? But the more I watched, the more I realized something else. The timing of this episodes correlated exactly with my anxiety attacks. Every time I'd experience that sudden, overwhelming dread, there was footage of me having one of these episodes within the next few hours. It was like some part of my brain knew what was happening, knew I was losing time, losing control, and it was trying to warn me. I needed to understand what was causing this. Brain tumor? Epilepsy? Some kind of dissociative disorder? I made an emergency appointment with a neurologist, but before that appointment, I decided to do one more analysis. I wanted to see if there were any environmental factors that correlated with the episodes. Time of day, weather conditions, anything that might trigger this behavior. I cross-referenced the timestamps with every variable I could think of. Temperature, humidity, barometric pressure, my work schedule, my diet, my sleep patterns. Nothing. No correlation. The episode seemed random. Except, there was one thing. A very slight pattern that only showed up when I ran a specific type of analysis. The episodes were more frequent during periods when I'd been spending more time at home. Specifically, when I hadn't left my condo for 3 or more consecutive days. I'd been working from home for 3 years. I rarely left my condo. Sometimes I'd go days without opening my front door. Groceries were delivered. Everything I needed was available online. I had no reason to leave. And the longer I stayed inside, the more frequent the episodes became. That observation led me to another question. What was I doing during my conscious time? Was my behavior normal then? I started reviewing footage from times I knew I was conscious and aware. Times I remembered clearly. And that's when I saw it. Something so subtle I'd missed it in the initial analysis. My behavior was off. Even during times I remembered, times I felt normal, I was moving strangely, slower than usual. My reactions were delayed. When Atlas would bark at the door, it would take me several seconds to respond. When my phone rang, I'd stare at it for a long moment before answering. I looked sluggish, dulled, like I was constantly slightly sedated. I'd been attributing this to stress, to the anxiety, to working too hard, but watching the footage objectively, watching myself move through my daily routine over months, I could see the decline. I was getting slower, more disconnected, less responsive. Something was wrong with me. Something physical. Something that had been getting progressively worse for 6 months. The neurologist appointment was the next morning. I brought my laptop, ready to show her the footage, the analysis, everything. She watched some of the clips with a frown deepening on her face. "Have you checked your home for carbon monoxide?" she asked abruptly. I stared at her. "What?" "Carbon monoxide. These symptoms, memory loss, confusion, personality changes, delayed reactions, unexplained anxiety, and the fact that you're spending days at a time inside without leaving. This looks like chronic low-level carbon monoxide poisoning." My heart started pounding. "But I have a carbon monoxide detector. It's never gone off." "When's the last time you tested it? Changed the batteries?" I couldn't remember. I'd installed it when I moved in 3 years ago and never thought about it again. "I want you to leave your home right now," the neurologist said firmly. "Go to a hotel. I'm ordering emergency blood work to check your carboxyhemoglobin levels, and I'm calling the fire department to inspect your condo." Everything happened very fast after that. The blood test came back positive. My carbon monoxide levels were elevated. Not immediately life-threatening, but definitely dangerous. The fire department found the source within an hour. A faulty seal in my furnace vent. Carbon monoxide had been leaking into my condo for months, accumulating because I kept my windows closed and my ventilation poor. The carbon monoxide detector? Dead batteries. It had stopped working over a year ago, and I'd never noticed. The doctor explained that chronic low-level exposure causes exactly the symptoms I'd been experiencing. Memory problems, confusion, personality changes, anxiety. With higher concentrations or with prolonged exposure, it causes hallucinations, bizarre behavior, loss of consciousness. I'd been poisoning myself for months, maybe longer. "The episodes you filmed," the doctor told me, "those were probably times when the CO level spiked. Maybe you used more heat. Maybe the ventilation was particularly poor that day. Your brain was being starved of oxygen, causing you to basically check out. You are physically present but mentally absent. And you have no memory because your brain wasn't properly recording those experiences. I stayed in a hotel for a week while my condo was repaired and aired out. They fixed the furnace, installed new detectors, checked every possible source of CO. I had follow-up blood tests every other day to make sure my levels were returning to normal. Slowly, I started feeling better. The fog lifted. My reaction times improved. The anxiety disappeared completely. But the footage remained. Hours of recorded evidence showing me at my worst, showing what carbon monoxide poisoning looks like in real time, showing how close I'd come to serious brain damage or death. I watched it all again, now knowing what I was seeing. I watched myself standing and staring at walls during CO spikes. I watched myself walking in circles. My oxygen-starved brain locked in repetitive loops. I watched myself rearranging objects compulsively, trying to solve problems I couldn't even comprehend. And I watched Atlas. In every clip, he was there, watching me, sometimes barking, trying to get my attention, sometimes just sitting near me, staying close, like he knew something was wrong and wanted to protect me. Dogs can detect carbon monoxide before humans can. Their sense of smell is so acute they can smell the trace byproducts. Atlas had known. He'd been trying to warn me, in his way. The barking, the distressed behavior, the way he'd sometimes refuse to settle down. He'd been telling me something was wrong, and I'd been too impaired to understand. The neurologist said I was lucky. Another few months and I could have suffered permanent brain damage. Another year and I might not have survived. People die from this all the time, especially people who live alone, who don't have anyone checking on them regularly. But I had Atlas, and I had the pet camera. That combination saved my life. If I hadn't been a software engineer, if I hadn't thought to analyze the footage, if I hadn't seen the pattern in my behavior, I might never have figured it out. I would have just kept getting worse, losing more time, experiencing more episodes, until one day I didn't wake up. I've moved since then. Different condo, better ventilation, multiple carbon monoxide detectors with smart alerts that notify my phone if batteries get low. I open my windows every day now, even in winter. I leave my home regularly, even if I don't need to, just to get fresh air. And I kept the pet camera. Still runs 24/7, but now I review the footage weekly. I watch myself, looking for any signs of change, any indication that something's wrong, because I learned the hard way that you can't always trust your own perception. You can't always trust your own memories. But you can trust data. You can trust patterns. You can trust objective documentation of your behavior. I still have all 6 months of archived footage. I've thought about deleting it. It's disturbing to watch. Uncomfortable to see myself that way. But I keep it. It's evidence of what happened. Proof of how bad things got. A reminder of how close I came. Sometimes I watch the clips and I don't recognize myself. The person in that footage, standing blank-faced in my living room, walking in circles for an hour, talking to empty air that doesn't feel like me. It feels like watching a stranger, but it was me. That's what I looked like when I was being poisoned. That's what happens when your brain doesn't get enough oxygen for months at a time. The hardest part is knowing that I seemed fine. To anyone else, on the surface, I was functioning. I was working, paying my bills, feeding myself and Atlas. If someone had asked me how I was doing, I would have said I was fine. Just a little stressed, a little anxious. I had no idea I was literally losing my mind. That's the insidious thing about carbon monoxide. It's invisible, odorless, and it kills you so slowly that you don't realize it's happening. The symptoms mimic so many other things: stress, depression, anxiety, sleep deprivation. You can explain them away so easily. I've since become an advocate for carbon monoxide awareness. I tell everyone I know to check their detectors, to install multiple units, to look for symptoms. I've shared my story anonymously in online forums and support groups. I've talked to journalists about the importance of home safety monitoring. but I don't show people the footage. That stays private. That's mine alone to deal with. Except sometimes late at night, when I'm reviewing the weekly pet camera footage from my new place. I pull up one of those old clips. I watch myself standing there, blank and empty, and I remind myself why I do this, why I check the detectors twice a week, why I analyze my behavior patterns, why I never take my own perception for granted. Because that could be me again, if I get complacent, if I stop being vigilant, if I assume I'm fine without evidence. That footage saved my life. It showed me the truth when I couldn't see it myself. It gave me data when my memories were unreliable. It documented my decline in a way I couldn't ignore. Atlas saved my life too. He tried to warn me, tried to show me something was wrong. And even though I couldn't understand at the time, he was there in every clip. Present, watchful, concerned. I make sure he's in every frame of the new footage. I check on him constantly. He's my canary in the coal mine now. If his behavior changes, if he seems distressed or anxious, I pay attention. Because he knows things I don't. He senses things I can't. And the camera sees everything. It doesn't lie. It doesn't forget. It doesn't explain away symptoms or rationalize strange behavior. It just records the truth. That's what those 6 months of pet cam footage taught me. The truth doesn't care about your perception. It doesn't care about your memories or your rationalizations. It just is. And sometimes the truth is terrifying. Sometimes the truth shows you that you've been slowly dying in your own home for months, and you didn't even know it. But sometimes the truth saves you. The data saved me. The analysis saved me. The recognition of patterns saved me. My own work, the skills I use every day to find anomalies in datasets, turned out to be exactly what I needed to identify the anomaly in my own life. I reviewed 6 months of pet cam footage looking for answers about why I was losing time. I found something much worse, proof that I'd been poisoning myself, and evidence of exactly how bad it had gotten. But I also found something else. I found the pattern. I found the evidence I needed to get help. I found the truth. And the truth, as horrifying as it was, saved my life. I still have anxiety sometimes, but now it's justified. Now when I feel that sense of dread, that overwhelming fear that something's wrong, I don't dismiss it. I investigate. I check the detectors. I review the footage. I look for patterns. Because I learned that sometimes that anxiety isn't irrational. Sometimes your brain is trying to tell you something, trying to warn you that you're in danger, even when you can't consciously identify the threat. My anxiety was a warning system, and I'm grateful for it now. Even though it was terrifying at the time, I'm grateful for Atlas, for his loyalty, and his attempts to alert me. I'm grateful for the pet camera, for documenting what I couldn't remember. I'm grateful for my skills as a data analyst, for giving me the tools to recognize the pattern. And I'm grateful for the neurologist who immediately knew what she was looking at, who sent me away from my home before I spent one more night breathing poison. But most of all, I'm grateful I decided to review that footage, that I didn't just dismiss the memory gaps as stress, that I treated it like a data problem and investigated. Because if I hadn't, I'd probably be dead now, or brain damaged, or still sitting in that condo, losing more time, getting worse, until I lost myself completely. Instead, I'm here. I'm healthy. I'm safe. And I'm never, ever ignoring my data again. Because data doesn't lie. And sometimes it saves your life. Bought a smart collar for my dog Bailey 6 months ago. It was one of those fancy ones with GPS tracking, activity monitoring, and health alerts. The kind that sends notifications to your phone if your dog's heart rate spikes, or if they've been too sedentary. I'm a bit of a tech enthusiast, and Bailey is my best friend, so I wanted the best for her. Bailey is a 4-year-old border collie. She's smart, energetic, and generally healthy. The collar was mostly for peace of mind. I could check on her during the day, make sure she was getting enough exercise, monitor her vitals. It seemed like a good investment. The collar had an emergency feature I never thought I'd use. If Bailey's heart rate spiked above a certain threshold and stayed elevated for more than 60 seconds, it would automatically trigger a call to emergency services. The idea was that if your dog was in distress hit by a car, having a medical emergency, anything serious help would be dispatched to your home address. I set it up and forgot about it until last Tuesday. I was at work. It was around 2 in the afternoon, and I was in the middle of a meeting when my phone started buzzing. Multiple notifications from the collar app. Bailey's heart rate had spiked. Dangerously high. The app showed she was in extreme distress. My heart started pounding. I excused myself from the meeting and opened the app. A heart rate graph showed Bailey's BPM had jumped from a resting 60 to over 180 inches a matter of seconds, and it was staying there. Then another notification. Emergency services have been contacted. Police dispatch to your address. I called home immediately. My landline rang and rang. No answer. I tried again. Nothing. I called 911 directly. This is Amanda Pierce. Someone should be responding to my address right now. My dog's collar triggered an emergency alert. I'm not home, but I'm trying to find out what's happening. The dispatcher confirmed they had units en route. Ma'am, we received an automated alert from a smart device registered to your address. Officers are 2 minutes away. Is anyone answering the door? Is my dog okay? Officers haven't arrived yet. Please stay on the line. Those 2 minutes felt like hours. I kept refreshing the collar app, watching Bailey's heart rate remain dangerously elevated. Something was terribly wrong. Then the dispatcher spoke again. Ma'am, officers are on scene. They're attempting to make contact at your residence. I heard muffled voices through the dispatcher's line. Then, ma'am, officers are reporting they can hear a dog barking inside and what sounds like a struggle. They're making entry now. My blood went cold. A struggle? What do you mean a struggle? Officers are inside now. Please hold. The next 60 seconds were the longest of my life. I could hear the dispatcher communicating with the officers, but I couldn't make out what they were saying. Finally, ma'am, your dog is safe. Officers have detained a male suspect who is in your home. Are you the only resident at this address? Yes, I live alone. Who's in my house? An adult male. He's being taken into custody now. Officers are requesting you return home to identify any stolen items and provide a statement. I left work immediately. The drive home took 20 minutes, and I broke every speed limit. My mind was racing. Someone had been in my house with Bailey, and somehow, Bailey's collar had called for help. When I arrived, there were 2 police cars in front of my building. An officer met me at the door. Miss Pierce? I'm Officer Chen. Your home is secure, and your dog is fine. She's pretty worked up, but she's not injured. What happened? Who was in there? A male suspect, mid-30s. He gained entry through your back door. Looks like he picked the lock. We believe he was in the process of burglarizing your residence when your dog's behavior triggered the emergency alert. He led me inside. Bailey rushed to me immediately, shaking but unhurt. I held her, felt her heart still racing under my hands. Another officer was documenting the scene with photographs. My living room was in disarray. Drawers had been opened. Items moved around. The officer showed me the back door scratches around the lock, clear signs of forced entry. When did he get in? I asked. Based on your dog's heart rate alert, we estimate approximately 1:57 p.m. The caller triggered the emergency call at 2:02. We arrived at 2:09. He was still in your bedroom when we entered. 12 minutes. That's how long he'd been in my house, and Bailey had known immediately. What was he doing when you found him? Officer Chen exchanged a glance with his partner. He was going through your bedroom. We found him in your closet. He'd already taken several items of jewelry, your laptop, and some cash from your nightstand. He paused. He'd taken several items of personal clothing, women's underwear specifically. My stomach turned. He's done this before, hasn't he? 2L. 2. We're checking his record now, but the items he selected, the way he moved through your home, this has the hallmarks of someone experienced. They asked me to walk through and identify what was missing or disturbed. The jewelry he'd taken was mostly sentimental. My grandmother's rings, a necklace my mother gave me. The laptop had my entire life on it. But what disturbed me most was knowing he'd been in my bedroom, in my closet, touching my things. Your dog likely heard him break in, Officer Chen explained. Dogs have excellent hearing. She would have detected the sound of him picking the lock, entering the house. Her distress response triggered the heart rate spike, which activated the caller's emergency feature. So Bailey called 911. In a manner of speaking, yes, the smart collar did exactly what it was designed to do. It detected a medical emergency in this case, extreme stress, and called for help. If not for that collar, we wouldn't have known there was a break-in in progress. We would have responded to a standard burglary report hours later, after you got home and discovered it. I knelt down and hugged Bailey again. She'd been terrified, trapped in the house with an intruder, and somehow her collar had saved us both. Detective Sarah Morrison arrived about an hour later. She was from the burglary division and had questions about my routine, my schedule, whether I'd noticed anyone watching my house. The suspect's name is Kevin Darren, she told me. He has a record, 3 prior convictions for burglary, 1 for stalking. He's been out on parole for 6 months. Stalking? In 2018, he broke into a woman's home while she was at work. He didn't take electronics or valuables. He took personal items, photos, clothing, jewelry with sentimental value. When they arrested him, they found a storage unit filled with items from multiple victims. He'd been breaking into homes for years, taking trophies. I felt sick. He was going to do that to me. We think so. The items he selected from your home match his pattern. He targets single women who live alone, studies their schedules, breaks in when they're at work. He's careful, doesn't usually get caught in the act. But Bailey's caller called the police before he could finish. Exactly. He didn't account for the dog having emergency alert technology. By the time we arrived, he'd been in your house for 12 minutes. In that time, your dog's distress was severe enough to trigger an automated 911 call. That's incredibly fortunate. Over the next week, I learned more about Kevin Darren and his crimes. The storage unit they searched after his arrest contained items from at least 15 different victims. Women's clothing, jewelry, photographs, personal diaries. He'd been stealing pieces of women's lives for over a decade. Many of his victims didn't even realize they'd been burglarized. He'd take small things, items that might be misplaced rather than stolen. A single earring, 1 photo from an album, underwear from the back of a drawer. He was meticulous, careful, and he got away with it for years. But he didn't get away with it at my house. Because of Bailey, because of her collar, because her terror at hearing an intruder triggered a technological safety net I'd almost forgotten existed. The prosecutor told me it was one of the strangest cases she'd handled. A dog-smart collar triggering a 911 call that interrupted a burglary in progress and led to the arrest of a serial burglar. That's not something we see every day. The case went to trial 3 months later. I had to testify about what happened, about coming home to find police in my house, about the items that were taken and the ones we recovered from his storage unit. Bailey's collar data was entered as evidence, the heart rate spike, the exact timing of the emergency call, the GPS confirmation that she was at my address when the alert was triggered. Kevin Darren was convicted on multiple counts: burglary, stalking, parole violation. He got 12 years. The judge specifically mentioned the smart collar in her sentencing remarks. This defendant was caught because of technology and because of a dog's loyalty, she said. The victim's dog detected danger and, through no fault of her own, triggered a call for help that brought police to the scene in time to prevent further crimes. This is a reminder that our homes are protected not just by locks and alarms, but by the animals who live with us and the technology we use to care for them. Several of Darren's other victims reached out to me after the trial. Women who'd had items stolen years ago, who thought they were going crazy when things went missing. They thanked me for having the collar, for catching him, for ending his pattern of violations. One woman told me she'd been searching for her grandmother's locket for 6 years. She'd torn her house apart, looking for it, convinced she'd lost it somehow. It was in Darren's storage unit. She got it back because Bailey's heart rate spiked at the right moment. I've since become something of an advocate for smart pet technology. I've given interviews about what happened, talked to reporters about the importance of protecting our homes and our pets. The collar company featured Bailey in their marketing, calling her the dog who called 911. But for me, it's simpler than that. Bailey was scared. She heard someone breaking into our home, and her body reacted with fear. The collar detected that fear and called for help. It's that simple and that profound. I've upgraded my home security since then. Better locks, security cameras, an alarm system, but I still trust Bailey's collar most of all, because technology can fail, alarms can be disabled, cameras can be avoided, but a dog knows when something's wrong. A dog senses danger before we can see it. And now, thanks to technology, dogs can call for help. Bailey still wears the collar. I check the app multiple times a day, monitoring her vitals, making sure she's okay. Her heart rate is normal now, steady, calm, healthy. But I'll never forget that graph. That spike that saved us both. People ask me sometimes if I'm scared. Living in the same house where someone broke in. And honestly, I'm not. Because I have Bailey, and Bailey has her collar. And together, we're protected by something more powerful than locks or alarms. We're protected by the bond between a person and their dog, enhanced by technology that lets that dog ask for help when we can't. Kevin Darren made a lot of mistakes in his criminal career, but his biggest mistake was breaking into a house protected by a border collie with a smart collar. Bailey knew he was there. Bailey felt the danger. And Bailey, in her own way, called the police. She saved our home. She caught a criminal, and she proved that sometimes the best security system is a loyal dog and the technology that lets them protect us even when we're not there. I'll never take that collar off her. Never stop monitoring her vitals. Never stop being grateful for the alert that changed everything. Because one notification, one automated 911 call triggered by a dog's racing heart, stopped a serial criminal and brought justice to 15 victims. That's the power of paying attention to our pets. That's the power of technology used right. That's the power of a dog who knew something was wrong and had a way to tell someone who could help. Bailey called 911, and she saved us both. Wife Sarah died 1 year ago today, November 17th. It was sudden aneurysm, the doctors said. She was 43 years old, healthy, active, and then she was just gone. I found her in our bedroom at 11:47 p.m. By the time the paramedics arrived, she'd already been gone for several minutes. They tried. God, they tried. But some things can't be fixed, no matter how hard you try. Sarah left me with a lot of things. Memories, photographs, her clothes still hanging in the closet because I can't bring myself to remove them. And Murphy, our 8-year-old golden retriever, Sarah's constant companion, the dog she'd loved more than anything. Murphy took Sarah's death hard. For weeks after she died, he'd wander the house looking for her. He'd sleep on her side of the bed, his head on her pillow. He'd sit by the front door at 5:30 every evening, the time she used to come home from work, waiting for her to walk through. It broke my heart watching him grieve, but in a way his grief made me feel less alone. At least someone else in the world understood what I'd lost. The pet camera was Sarah's idea, actually. She'd installed it about 6 months before she died because she liked to check on Murphy during her lunch breaks at work. She'd call me sometimes and say, "Have you seen what Murphy's doing right now?" And I'd pull up the app and we'd watch him together, sleeping, or playing, or doing something goofy, and we'd laugh. After Sarah died, I couldn't bring myself to watch the camera feed. It reminded me too much of those phone calls, of sharing those small moments with her. But I kept the camera running. I'm not sure why. Maybe because it was something she'd set up. Maybe because disconnecting it felt like erasing another piece of her. I work from home now. I can't handle going into the office, being around people want to express their condolences or, worse, who don't know what to say. So I stay, home with Murphy, and we exist in this quiet bubble of grief. Yesterday was November 16th, the day before the anniversary. I've been dreading it for weeks. I didn't know how I was going to get through November 17th, the 1-year mark. How do you survive the anniversary of the worst day of your life? I couldn't sleep last night. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, thinking about Sarah, thinking about how this time last year, she was alive. We were watching TV together, arguing about what to order for dinner, making plans for Thanksgiving. This time last year, I didn't know that in 30 minutes, my entire life would change. At 11:30 p.m., I gave up on sleep. I went to the living room, sat on the couch in the dark. Murphy followed me, like he always does. He laid his head on my lap, and I petted him absently, lost in memories. I don't remember checking my phone, don't remember opening the pet camera app, but I must have, because suddenly I was looking at the live feed of my living room, looking at myself sitting on the couch, Murphy's head in my lap, both of us looking lost and sad. The timestamp in the corner read 11:42 p.m. I was about to close the app when Murphy's head lifted. His ears perked forward. He was looking at something across the room, something I couldn't see from where I was sitting. I looked up from my phone, looked around the living room. Nothing, just shadows and furniture and the quiet house. But Murphy was staring, focused. His tail started wagging, slowly at first, then faster. On the camera feed, I could see it more clearly than I could in person. Murphy was looking at the armchair across from the couch. Sarah's chair, the one she always sat in when we watched TV, the one I haven't sat in since she died. Murphy stood up. He walked across the living room to that chair. He sat down in front of it, looking up at the empty seat, his tail wagging harder now. And then he did something that made my breath catch. He responded to a command. I watched on the camera as Murphy sat, then laid down, then sat up again, the way he used to when Sarah would practice commands with him, the way he'd respond when she told him to sit, to stay, to come. But there was no one there. I was sitting on the couch, watching. There was no one else in the room, except Murphy was responding to someone, to something. His eyes were tracking something I couldn't see, following movement from the chair to the space beside it, and his tail wouldn't stop wagging. I looked at the timestamp on the camera, 11:46 p.m., 1 minute before I'd found Sarah's body last year, 1 minute before 11:47, the time the paramedics estimated she'd died. My hands were shaking. I didn't believe in ghosts, didn't believe in anything supernatural. But I was watching my dog respond to invisible commands, watching him act like someone was there with him, and it was happening at the exact time, on the exact anniversary of my wife's death. Murphy walked closer to the empty space he was watching. His body language was pure joy. Ears up, tail wagging. That happy panting he used to do when Sarah came home from work. He was greeting someone he loved. Someone he'd been missing. I couldn't move, couldn't speak. I just sat there on the couch, watching the camera feed on my phone, watching Murphy interact with something invisible. At 11:47 p.m., exactly the moment Sarah had died 1 year ago, Murphy did something that brought tears to my eyes. He laid down, right there in front of Sarah's chair, and he put his head on his paws in that relaxed, content way he used to when Sarah would pet him, like someone was petting him now, like someone's hand was running through his fur, scratching behind his ears the way he loved. He closed his eyes. His tail thumped against the floor twice. He looked peaceful, happy. For the first time in a year, Murphy looked the way he used to look when Sarah was alive. I was crying. I couldn't help it. Tears were streaming down my face as I watched this impossible thing happening in my living room. I wanted to look up, wanted to see if I could see what Murphy was seeing, but I was afraid that if I looked, it would disappear, afraid that I'd see nothing, and this moment would break. So I kept watching the camera feed, kept watching Murphy lying there, content and calm, like someone he loved was with him. The feed showed the timestamp changing. 11:48, 11:49, 11:50, and then, at 11:51 p.m., Murphy lifted his head. He looked up at the space above him, at the empty air where someone had been. His tail wagged once, twice, 3 times, slow, gentle wags. Then he stood up. He turned and looked directly at me on the couch, directly at where I was sitting in the dark, crying quietly, and he walked over to me. He put his head in my lap again, like he had before, but this time, he looked different, calmer, more at peace. I finally looked up from my phone, looked at the empty living room. Sarah's chair was just a chair. The space Murphy had been watching was just empty air. But something had changed. I could feel it. The heaviness that had been sitting on my chest for a year felt lighter. The grief was still there, it would always be there, but it wasn't crushing me the way it had been. I put my phone down and hugged Murphy, buried my face in his fur and cried harder than I'd cried since the funeral. But these tears felt different. Not quite relief, not quite peace, but something close to it. When I finally calmed down enough to think clearly, I picked up my phone again. I went to the camera app and found the recording from the past hour. The app automatically saves footage when there's significant motion, and Murphy's behavior had definitely triggered that. I watched it again, watched Murphy respond to invisible commands, watched him greet something I couldn't see, watched him lay down like someone was petting him, and then I saw something I'd missed the first time, something subtle, easy to miss if you weren't looking for it. The timestamp glitched. For just a moment, at exactly 11:47 p.m., the numbers scrambled. The video continued normally, but the timestamp went haywire for a fraction of a second before correcting itself. It reminded me of something Sarah used to say. She was an engineer, practical and logical, but she'd always been fascinated by the idea that energy doesn't disappear, it just changes form. She used to joke that when she died, she'd find a way to send me a sign. "I'll mess with your electronics," she'd say. "Flicker a light. Make your phone do something weird. That way you'll know it's me." I'd laughed when she said it, told her she wasn't allowed to die, so the whole thing was moot. But she had died, and now, exactly 1 year later, at the exact moment of her death, the timestamp on our pet camera had glitched, and our dog had responded to something I couldn't see. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe it was a coincidence, a technical error, Murphy reacting to sounds or smells I couldn't detect. Maybe grief was making me see patterns where there were none. But maybe it wasn't. Maybe Sarah had found a way to come back, just for a few minutes, just for this one anniversary. Maybe she'd come back to see Murphy one last time, to let him say goodbye properly, to let him know she hadn't forgotten him. And maybe, just maybe, she'd come back to show me that she was still here. That love doesn't end when life does. That some connections are strong enough to cross whatever boundary separates the living from the dead. I stayed up the rest of the night, sitting on the couch with Murphy. I watched their courting, over and over, studied every frame, every movement, looking for anything else I might have missed. In one frame, at 11:47 and 23 seconds p.m., there was something, a distortion in the air near Sarah's chair. Not quite a shape, not quite visible, but something. A subtle shimmer like heat waves in the rough outline of a person sitting. It was only there for one frame, 1/30th of a second, but it was there. I took a screenshot, printed it out. It sits on my desk now, this grainy image of my living room with an almost invisible shimmer where Sarah used to sit. I don't know what happened that night. I'll never know for sure, but I know what I saw. I know how Murphy reacted. I know that for 9 minutes, from 11:42 to 11:51 p.m. on the first anniversary of Sarah's death, something was in my living room, something Murphy recognized, something that made him happy for the first time in a year, and I choose to believe it was her. I choose to believe that Sarah found a way back, just for a few minutes, to visit the dog she loved, to give him the goodbye they never got, to let him know she was okay, wherever she was, and maybe to let me know too. The next day, November 17th, was easier than I expected. I woke up feeling less-heavy. Murphy seemed calmer too. He didn't spend the day searching the house like he usually did. He didn't sleep on Sarah's pillow. He seemed settled, like something had been resolved. We went to the cemetery. I brought flowers, sat by Sarah's grave, told her about what happened, about Murphy and the camera and the 9 minutes that I'll never be able to explain. If that was you, I said out loud, not caring if anyone heard me. Thank you. Thank you for coming back. Thank you for visiting Murphy. Thank you for letting us know you're still here, somehow. The wind picked up as I spoke. Just a gentle breeze, but it felt intentional, like a response. I've watched that recording hundreds of times now. I've shown it to friends, to Sarah's family, to anyone who listen. Most people see what I see, a dog responding to something invisible. Some people think it's proof of something beyond death. Others think it's just a dog being a dog, and I'm seeing what I want to see. I don't care what they think. I know what happened. Murphy knows what happened, and I think Sarah knows we know. The camera is still running, still recording 24/7. I check it sometimes, hoping maybe I'll see something again. Another glitch, another shimmer, another moment where the boundary between life and death becomes thin enough to cross. It hasn't happened again. That night was special, the anniversary, the exact time, the perfect alignment of grief and love and technology. I don't expect it to happen again, but I hope, and I watch, and I remember. Murphy is doing better now. He's not the same dog he was when Sarah was alive. Grief changed him, like it changed me, but he's more at peace. He still sleeps in the bed, but not exclusively on Sarah's side anymore. He still waits by the door sometimes, but not every day. He's learning to live with her absence, and so am I. The camera's last recording, those 9 minutes from 11:42 to 11:51 p.m. on November 17th, is backed up in 3 different places: on my computer, on an external hard drive, and in cloud storage. It's the last piece of evidence I have that Sarah existed, that she loved us, that she found a way to come back. It's not much. 9 minutes of grainy footage showing a dog responding to invisible commands. A timestamp glitch that might mean everything or nothing. A shimmer in known frame that could be a technical error, or could be the outline of my wife sitting in her favorite chair. But it's enough. It's enough to make me believe that love survives death, that the people we lose aren't really gone, that sometimes, on special days at special times, they can come back to visit the ones they loved. Sarah came back for Murphy, and because of Murphy, because of the camera she'd installed, because I happened to be watching at exactly the right moment, I got to witness it. I got to see proof that she's still here, in some form, still watching over us, still present in ways I can't see but Murphy can. That's why I keep the camera running. That's why I still check it. Even though I know I probably won't see anything extraordinary again, because it's a window, a technological window that, for 9 minutes on one impossible night, showed me something beyond the everyday world. It showed me my wife saying goodbye to our dog. It showed me that some goodbyes are never final. It showed me that love is stronger than death. And it gave me the peace I needed to survive the first anniversary of the worst day of my life. The last recording. The last time Murphy saw Sarah. The last time I got a glimpse of her, even if it was just a shimmer in a single frame. It's not how I wanted to remember her. I wanted years more. Decades more. A lifetime we'd planned and never got to live. But if all I get is 9 minutes of footage showing Murphy responding to her invisible presence, then I'll take it. I'll watch it and rewatch it and treasure it as the gift it is. Because it's proof. Proof that she was here. Proof that she came back. Proof that even death can't erase the bond between a woman and her dog. Between a wife and her husband. Between the living and the dead. Murphy is sleeping next to me now as I write this. His head is on my lap. His breathing's low and steady. He's at peace. And because he's at peace, I can start to find peace too. Thank you, Sarah, for coming back, for visiting Murphy, for leaving us with proof that you're still here, somewhere, watching over us. And thank you for installing that camera, for wanting to watch Murphy during your lunch breaks, for creating the technology window that let us see you one last time. The last recording is the most important video I own. It's more valuable than our wedding video, more precious than any photograph, because it shows me that love survives, that goodbye isn't forever, that sometimes, when we need it most, the people we've lost find a way to come back, even if it's just for 9 minutes, even if it's just visible to a dog and a camera, even if it's just a shimmer in a single frame. It's enough. Sarah, it's enough. Thank you for the last recording. Thank you for coming home.